Always muted. All right. Reddit post is up. If anybody wants to help the stream out directly, there's a link to the Reddit thread. And I'll pop this back up. Pop this up. Hobo, you're literally paying me. Doesn't that literally make me professional? Like, quite literally, you pay me money to do this. Whether you realize it or not. You are, in fact, paying me to do this. Meaning, I'm pretty sure that makes me a professional. At least a professional of taking your money, if not a professional streamer. Why do I still have that alarm on? I thought I disabled that yesterday. Let's disable it again. An alarm that went off yesterday at like 10:34, which is right now. Turn that off. Oh, technically, yeah, you are actually, like, you have in fact been paid. So that does in fact make you a professional streamer. So you know, you make a valid point. You do make a point. Best of luck with that all in, Aqua. Yay for payday. Today's payday. Well, happy payday. Unless you're talking about Hobo's payday, in which case, yeah. Hobo, yeah, I think it was literally yesterday. Hobo was like, I got $103 or something from Twitch, which is great. Congratulations, you're now in the top 30% of affiliates that have been paid. Speaking of payday, Pilot Guy gifting a sub to Aquafunkalistic Booty Web. It's the first gift of the day. It's always good to get paid. Yes, this is true. But thank you. Cheers. Jack, can I get a round of beers for that sub? So, quick tour. Reigns of Terror is the name of this fortress. As you can tell, we are carving out a lot of the caverns. I am carving out all of the cinnabar and orthoclase. I need the orthoclase because it's magma safe. And we're going to be cutting through all of this soon too. And probably down here a bunch as well. Because we need the construction materials. Also, it's pretty colors, and I want pretty colors for future. But this is the actual fortress itself. It goes all the way up here, past the drowning chamber, up through this way, to this open area, which is going to get dug another Z level down, I think, today. And it's this big old open pit. Now, this big old open pit houses this, which is my entryway. Plus that arm kind of going over to the right, which is going to have catapults all the way along it. So we are going to have a defensive system of hurling boulders across this thing. The tower goes up to here. It's got a ways to go still. And this is going to get filled up with lava. Probably not to, maybe today? Maybe. It depends on if I get more iron today. It really depends on whether or not the goblins or humans show up and bring us more iron. This is the tavern. And the stuff goes down a bit, 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 down a bit. And then that in the middle there is what we're going to be turning into our pump stack, which is going to have 2 chunks to it, and it's going to be pretty long. I've got like the pipes and stuff halfway built. I got the first pump built, so we got a ways to go. Lots of designating that needs to be done. But this one is placed here. This screw pump right here. So this one is pumped from north. If I go one above it, pump from south, open hole, solid, open hole. And then I could place this here with orthoclase blocks, which is what we need, enormous iron corkscrew, and an iron pipe section. And then it'll place there. And then one above, because this one is set up, I can do a pump from the north. It's got the open hole here. First filled up spot, and then the open hole there, and it'll connect with power. Scroll down to orthoclase, iron, iron, done. That's how you pump stack. So it's an alternating power. So then it's going to pump from here over to here. This is an open slot. Solid, open, solid. It's going to pump to here. Open, solid, open, solid. Rinse, repeat. All the way up. So, and yeah, that's the fort. 123 dwarves currently. Some of them named. Quite a bit in the military. We got a bunch of Hermidurfs. And some of them have gotten quite a few kills now. Well, we're getting there. We've also done a little bit of invading. We got a couple annoyed dwarfs. This dwarf has been depressed as long as they've been in the military, but they also seem pretty okay with it. Like, they're just a little bit moody. We did have one that was getting super depressed, so I booted him out and sent him off to greener pastures, but most of the dwarves have some sort of armor, and most of them are armed. We're working on getting them better armed, though. Like, I'm still missing. I need more hammers. So let's do another 10 silver hammers, I think. We do have a baron in the fort, and a baroness. We don't have any other royalty. It's just the two. So we're gonna go back to working on pumps and see if we can get stuff done. We're currently in late winter, 21st of obsidian, 563, 13 years in this fort. And yeah, things are going pretty okay. Was that a reference to something, Aqua? And now we have a mandate. Earrings, 1, can do. Going to get that one earring done. Alright, let's actually go up to the surface. Briefly, go up to here. And continue making this. Out of granite. Because once again, this is going to be our actual defensive area. And because we have no elves in range, we can just tack down as many trees as we want without repercussions, which is lovely, which is what we've been doing. We're going to continue doing. And I really want to get rid of that. Oh, also there's a dead dwarf over here. Did I ever set you to be dumped? I did, but you're also at the edge of the map, so I don't know if they will dump you. So there's a dead dwarf over there. The last time the mountain home showed up to trade, they had a were-deer among them, who almost immediately turned into a were-deer and killed the outpost liaison. So that was last fall. So they immediately left. And that's the dead were-deer over there. So it's going to be a problem, which we're going to have to deal with eventually. Oh, I just resized my screen slightly, didn't I? There we go. It's better. That feeling when you're clicking around on different menus and you accidentally misclick and resize your game screen. All right, we made that one rock earring. No other requests. Sometimes my Baron will just like request a thing and then immediately request more of the thing right after. So this time they didn't. That's nice of them. I think we're gonna switch to Cinnabar pretty soon. Do a red patch at the end. Jumped over all of your intricately dug moats and over your wall and ate everyone. I've told people this many times. If you don't like were creatures, you can just disable them. And you know, like, I almost would, like, that's one of the few modifications I would actually recommend that a new player makes to the game. Because were creatures are just not fun to deal with if you're not incredibly in tune with the mechanics of Dwarf Fortress. Like, if you're not super aware of how the mechanics of the game work, it is quite cumbersome to fight them. Like, they are one of the most dangerous foes you will fight in Dwarf Fortress. It's usually the first foe you run into for most players. And it's like a misplayed were-creature attack can just end your fort. Just period. Like, it's just... And most... Like, I feel like it's the way most people lose their first fort. Although, I mean... Like, you can just, like, exist with a vampire in your fort for a couple decades. Is it possible to have a were-vampire? No. Yeah, you can be one or the other, not both. And once you have one, you can't become the other. But, like, vampires don't spread, and you can have a vampire, or two even, living in your fortress for a while, not notice, and just lose 1 or 2 dwarves a year. Which, for a pretty active combat fort, or a pretty standard fort, isn't a huge loss. Bembul Bitter Bolts has been elected to the position of the Sacred Emerald of the Creed of Dyes. Is that one of my dwarves? I don't think so. Yeah, no, that wasn't one of my dwarves. Why did it jump me down here then? Probably for the best. I mean, things that are all that, I mean, yeah, it is for the best. Oh, there we go. I was wondering if we were going to get more of these. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. I'm just going to put everybody into burrows. And I'm going to tell my military to just go wait here. So we're going to get everybody inside and see what that siege looks like. Because this is a human siege. Also, don't mind the Were-panda that lives in my fort. Yeah, it's just a human siege again, so it's only like... There's not actually that many of them. Like, there really isn't that many of them. And it's also a siege, so they're not going to run at us and attack us. The humans have been invading us recently. It's been a minute since we've seen the goblins. It's just been the humans. The humans are actually kind of weird because initially they were trading with us. And then they just stopped trading with us one day and started invading us. And I'm not entirely sure why they decided to do that. I'm not actually totally sure. Maybe the goblins don't like drowning. So they got tired of drowning. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. What does you want? Earrings? Let's make 2 rock earrings. They are coming. But they're not going to come all the way into the fortress. They're going to walk right up to the entrance, and then they're just going to sit there because they're humans and they're sieging. They're not goblins invading. They're humans and they're sieging. So they will walk right up to the entrance of my fort, and then they will just chill there. And then they will chill there until we come out and fight them or until they get tired and leave. So I will simply wait for them to walk all the way up to the entrance, and then we will go and stab them to death. Although... in the future, we're going to wait for them to walk right here, and then we're going to shoot catapults at them and let them fall into the lava. That's going to be the strat. All right, let's pause. I think if we just take out this squad, that'll be enough. That'll be enough. Here come the dwarves. And it's not even a fair fight. Like, just look at that. Just look at that. It's time to go get these guys on the other side. Alright, well, some of the dwarves are just... Uh-oh. Stinthad threw a tantrum. That's not brilliant. Alright, Stinthad, we gotta remove you from the military. Your time in the military is done, my friend. But that is not optimal. Maybe you can go take your anger out on the humans. There's already one dwarf out there. They're crafty with their marksmen? Not really. Not that crafty. We should be done with this siege now because there's only one left. There goes the last one. Look at that splatter painting. And then Stinthad just runs down here tantruming. How many crimes have you committed? That's unfortunate. And this dwarf was pretty good in the military. Although, if they go around killing people... Uh-oh, Hammerdorf was found dead. This one got pretty badly beaten up. How badly did Ezem? What happened to Ezem? Hammerdorf? That was actually... We got some losses there. I don't even see him. Not sure what happened to you, but you got cut into quite a few pieces. Alright, well, let's let the dwarves out. Just assuming... Oh. Wondering if Stinthad did it. This dwarf's still tantruming. Jesus, calm down there, bud. There you go. 17 counts of disorderly conduct against Stinthad. Well, let's put you in prison. Or you get whatever sentence is coming to you. All right, we need more prison cells because I need 12. We currently have 8, so I think that's what we're going to do. Let's make 12. Progress in hashtag Lego. Noted. We'll take a peek. Dude, the Lego room is one of my favorite rooms. Also, you know what's the one thing I am looking forward to about Christmas, though? Is I get to buy myself a Lego kit. It's funny, I'm kind of a, not anti-Christmas, but I'm not the biggest fan of Christmas, but I buy myself a Lego kit for Christmas every year. So I'm looking forward to that. And I build it on stream. So, looking forward to my annual Lego build stream. Let's just chuck the bodies. So, Hobo, what's the occasion for you building a Lego kit? I want to see somebody dealing with a body. You have a splitting headache and you don't want to play games right now. Yeah, that's fair. What scary movie did you end up watching, by the way? Alright, we only lost one dwarf. How is Ezem doing? Or Stinthad? Okay, well, you're getting a beating. Good luck. Really? Just gets a beating? That's all? Just a beating? No actual criminal punishment for this one? Alright. You did kind of tantrum midway through a fight, which is certainly suboptimal for our cause. All right, well, this I don't need. To have two things. I don't need you to have enormous corkscrews. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's just enormous corkscrews. All right, so you, custom, I need enormous corkscrews and pipe sections out separately. And I also need pipes. Pipe sections. You. And... oh, right, duh. Like, why am I not seeing this? That's going to be a full thing to fill up. Well, stress is starting to build. Happy Death Day. Huh. I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen any spooky movies in a while, though. I watched Cam, which I thought was weird and intriguing and interesting enough that it had me looking up theories on the internet for 4 hours after I watched it. The ending of that movie is strange. What? Happy Death Day is more of a slasher than a horror? I mean, slasher's a genre of horror. It's a type of horror movie, but it's like saying it's more degent than thrash. You know? It's all horror. It's all the good stuff. Huh. Groundhog Day in a horror loop in a horror movie. Yeah, I could see that being interesting, especially in like a slasher kind of thing. Sounds fun. I've been meaning to watch the remake of Halloween because I haven't actually seen that, the recent one. Because then I want to, go on and see Halloween Kills, which is coming out soonish. Soonish, TM. Who's the one that kills her? Huh. Weird. Sounds interesting. One of these days I need to suck it up and watch some of the really scary movies that have come out the past few years. Like, I've been meaning to watch Midsommar, for example, and I've just kind of never gotten around to it. I've also been meaning to watch Hereditary for a while, and I've also never watched that. Left after 15 minutes. Not your cup of tea? Rest in peace, Hammerdorf. You thought it sucked? Fair enough. Do you like the other Halloween movies, Navy, or? Because I really like the old ones. Whole lot. This one just didn't click? Eh. I mean, if I watch it, I'm going to watch it in my house. So, I don't need to get up and leave or anything. But I'll probably watch them. I'll probably watch the remake and Kills on Halloween, or close to Halloween. That, or I'll just rewatch the original Friday the 13th, which is one of my favorite horror movies ever. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't go see movies in the theater for that reason. Like, I'm totally fine spending $5 to rent a movie on Amazon or any other rental service. No issues there. Zero issues there. I will do that whenever. I don't care. But I am not... That last name. When did you arrive here? Because there was art of a dwarf or of a goblin named Woman Maze. Huh. Didn't, like, somebody named Woman Maze ask to live here? Huh. Weird. From the $3 you paid to rent it. Yeah, for me, usually like $3 is a great price to pay for that form of rental. But not generally something that I'd be willing rather to spend the money on. All right, let's fly down to here. The problem is I've got too many masons jobs and not enough masons. Freddy versus Jason? I mean, if I were to pick a favorite horror movie of all time, I don't know if this is controversial or anything, but my favorite horror movie of all time, if I were to pick one, is probably Saw. The first Saw. It's just my favorite suspense horror film ever. Just the first Saw. Saw 1. They go, like, progressively downhill after the first one. But that first Saw is very, very, very good. Like, I genuinely love that movie. Hey, GMG Dave. What's up? It's just, like, I feel like Saw kind of gets a bad rap for just being, like, torture porn, which it turned into at a point. But that first movie was not that. That first movie is just a very, very, very good suspense horror film. Series of movies was The Omen? I think I've seen the first one. I think. Also, hope you're doing well, Dave. Yeah, we're just kind of babbling about horror movies because it's spooky season. By the way, Tuesday I think we're going to do a full day of the Patreon game, which is Infra Arcana, which is kind of spooky season-ish. Some migrants have arrived, which I think I'm just going to let them come in. I'm going to check for ones that look like they would be decent in the military. Add them to the military. If they want to. Relentless drive and is completely consumed by ambition, is always tense and jittery, and finds obligations confining. Make up your mind. How do you handle stress? I'm going to put you in the military. You're a butcher? Go be a butcher. You're a milker? You want to create a great work of art, eh? How do you feel about masonry? Ooh, you dream of mastering a skill. Tendency towards privacy. Enthusiastic. You have 3 kills in page gulfs. Well, in that case, you'll fit right in. In terms of mastering a skill. Hey, almost. How's things? Complete scatterbrain and unable to focus on a single task. Can't handle stress, though. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Is a pessimist. Takes offered helps and gifts without feeling particularly grateful and acts with determination. You can join the Masons. Oh, it's been a long time since I've seen Hellraiser. Wasn't that good? It's been a long time. I don't know if I'd want to go back to Hellraiser, because Hellraiser was really fucking cool back in the... It's just like I don't want to go back and rewatch Event Horizon, because like I loved Event Horizon. This dwarf would be great in the military, brave, all that jazz. Like I loved Event Horizon when that movie was new. I don't think I would like that movie now. Dreams of Making Great Discovery. Well, Dwarf, you can be our first Scholar of the Gilded Home. Avoids exciting or stressful situations. You know what? You can go be our second Scholar. We need some Scholars in this fort. Go study. What you? Mastering a skill. Would flee even the most... He would flee even the most necessary battle to avoid any form of physical confrontation. All right, well, you're not getting put in the military. Not at all. As tempted as I am for the comedy's sake, we're going to put you on masonry. Go master that. You can also become a mason. Dreams of mastering a skill is low sense of self-esteem. Fearful in the face of imminent danger. All right, well, I don't need a fisher dwarf. It's the one task that's more dangerous than military. It's fishing. Getting a text message. I need to make sure it's not from my mom. Oh, it is from my mom. Yeah, I've heard that from a lot of people. Unfortunately, I'm not interested even remotely in Squid Game and wouldn't be able to watch it if I was. So I'm just so burnt out on that subject matter of, like, I've had this conversation like a dozen times in the past week because everybody's watching Squid Game. I am so fucking tired of murder games. I'm so done with it. I've read a book, a manga, watched about 3 or 4 movies now, and several Let's Plays. I don't understand why people fetishize just, like, locking it. Like, he says that as somebody who also really likes Saw, but I specifically like Saw 1, which is, like, an hour and 30-minute movie. But, like, I'm so tired of that trope as a concept that I just don't even. I'm done with that. Every time that I hear, oh, it's a murder game where people get locked in a room and they have to kill each other, no, I'm out. It's like, I've seen Cube. I love Cube. I've seen Saw. I love Saw. I've watched the original Battle Royale movie. I've never actually read or watched The Hunger Games, though, ironically. I'm so tired of the concept that I just don't want to watch those anymore. It's just not something I'm interested in. But then there's also the problem where in order to watch that movie, it's basically, this is a strange one. I'm going to need to read this dwarf's description. Why have you left so many places, dwarf? 84 years old. What about your hair? His hair is white. You a vampire? This dwarf is extremely sus. Only 84 years old and his hair is white. You're lying. Oh no, Taylor. Best of luck finding a new pot. Yeah, that's the battle royale that I'm talking about. I mean, that's like I read the manga for that there was about a year of my life where I was obsessed with that version of battle royale. I read the entirety of the manga, the novel, and watched the movie. And since then, I've basically been done with the concept. Like, I've begrudgingly watched other movies since then, but my mom's texting me, so I have to wait for a response. Does not go out of his way to help others. He is somewhat quarrelsome and is bothered by this since he values friendship and often feels lustful and generally finds himself hopeful about the future. I'm going to watch you. I'd almost be willing to bet money that this dwarf is a vampire. Or something. Up to 144 dwarves. But yeah, I need to see this dwarf drink alcohol, basically. Or go to sleep. Yeah. Wait, why are you carrying somebody? Or are you just like in the exact same tile as somebody? I think you were just in the exact same tile as somebody. Wait, no, you got carried. Why did you just get carried to the hospital? I mean, it's not really an opinion. It's less of an opinion, and it's more of just indifference. Like, I don't really have an opinion on Squid Game. I just don't want to watch that anymore. You know? That and, like, there are so many games that have similar concepts, you know, like the 999999999 games. I can never remember how many nines there are. I played the first one on 3DS, and that was the same thing, right? It was trap rooms and puzzles, and if you don't solve them correctly, people die, and there was multiple timelines and all kinds of other crazy things. There's Danganronpa, which is again the same thing, which I've watched a Let's Play of. Danganronpa 2, which is again the similar concept, which I've also watched. I don't know what it is, but like, people just have this obsession with murdering teenagers, I guess. And you know what? I don't blame them. Teenagers are pretty obnoxious. Yeah. The original Battle Royale book is actually, like, kind of a masterpiece. Kind of a masterpiece. And also, like, probably one of the best instances of those tropes, period. Sup, Dragon Man? How's things? So this dwarf seems to be primarily, like, a hospital dwarf. I need to see this dwarf drink or sleep. He's getting used to tragedy. That was fast. It's pretty strong, too. I think that this dwarf might be a vampire, which is why I'm following him. Which is funny, because I don't usually get very suspect, but this dwarf just seems weird. The amount of gods they worship and the amount of factions they've been a part of. Monastery for students. Also, here's a Reddit thread if anybody wants to help out the stream directly. Alright, well, detective work continues. Can I interrogate you? What's your name? Degel Dodd. Not that you know you'll be particularly helpful. Why did I start at the bottom? This was a mistake. They're a fish dissector. Another thing I should also check is what they're good at. Thing is, they're not... They're a fish cleaner. The thing is, they are not a legendary at anything. Sorry, what? I don't have somebody that's called a sacred... Oh no, you are legendary at something. What are you legendary at? Legendary thrower? He's got an Olympic gold medal in shot put. High Master Rider. Chat, I think that we have ourselves a vampire. I think that we got ourselves a vampire. We'll keep an eye on you. Also need more shields. I just saw that dwarf getting attached to one and it reminded me I need to make more. Actually, let's just do copper, because I need enough. Copper is one of the few materials I actually have enough of. I need more tables in this library, I think. Love of the monastery, eh? So, Dwarf, when are you going to, go to sleep? Dream of mastering that skill, but you're... Then there's the question of what do we do with this dwarf if they are a vampire, chat? I think we give them a pickaxe, tell them to make their own fort, lock them in there, and see what happens. I think that's what we do. I think that we give them their own fort. I think that's what we do. No, they only feed on dwarves, but they don't need to feed on dwarves. That's the thing. They will, but they don't need to. They also don't need to eat or drink. Or sleep. So, I'm just kind of waiting until this dwarf has gone too long without drinking. Pretty sure you're getting there already. So what I'm waiting for is he needs alcohol to get through the working day, but he doesn't remember the last time he had some. Because he doesn't really care about anything anymore. That was fast. Used, put in solitary and used for other purposes? Like a pump operator or a switch puller. I always use them as lever pullers. The problem is you have to set up the levers before they go in there. Otherwise, unless you have an easy way of isolating them. I've also had vampires go insane in solitary before. That happened in Long Death. But that was a vampire we made, so they were already pretty far gone before they became a vampire. They had been tantruming for a while before they punched a statue. And actually got the curse. Which is, you know, suboptimal. Vampires will also almost never claim anything. But my main suspect for this vampire is this vampire is 80, or my main suspect why this dwarf is a vampire is he is 84 years old, born on the 28th of Slate in the year 479. So if you are born on that day, then why is your hair white? Because that's not that old. Also, I'm going to just quickly build this up a bit. And then we're going to jump back onto that dwarf that we're following. I think it's Phalite that I'm using for these. AK Bailey, how you been? Oh, is Cat Unbox Cat Halloween? I haven't actually looked at anybody's emotes in a couple days. It's not quite that simple because you need to have... Because you still need to attach them. Unless there's some other way of attaching them. Aw, thank you, okay, Bailey. So, like, there is a hassle there, but, like, with doors and locking doors, you can absolutely do it. Like, you can absolutely do it. It's just, it's kind of a pain in the ass. Probably what I'm going to do with this guy, though, is just make them into a private library keeper. Give them their own library. Make them write books. But what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to add on to this tower. So if that... Because, like, the whole point of this fortress is to make it into an evil tower, right? I'm going to add on to this tower and see if I can make an area in a reasonable... Actually, that's a different color, isn't it? Yeah, it is. See if I can make a different area a little bit higher up specifically for that dwarf. Have a watchtower or something. Something fun. Problem is it means we can't have any pets. Otherwise, they will wreck the frame rate. Absolutely wreck it. See, the secret of my emotes, okay, Bailey, is they are always Halloween. Yeah, this is absolutely a vampire. There's almost no questions asked at this point. Audio, what up? How's things? I have a very suspicious dwarf in the fort. This guy. Who I'm 99.8% certain is a vampire. I just need proof. Well, looks like we're getting the dog back. Because my mom's obviously not able to take care of her right now. Keeping her until Friday morning. Bark, 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 bark. Because my mom's in hospital, so when my dad's at work, dog's alone all day, and they don't want the dog to be alone all day. Because she's a delicate little soul, doesn't like being alone. It's not COVID related, for whatever it's worth. She'll be okay, but since Dad is throwing a tantrum, that's unfortunate. Yeah, she should be okay. Well, she's okay now, but no visitors, because people are stupid. I was thinking if a mechanic would build the pulley systems or something, and then it would connect the lines. You have 5 west and 1 north, and then connect something with 3 pulley mechanisms. Yeah, there's no pulleys in Dwarf Fortress. It's just it's just gear mechanisms, and you put one gear on one end and one on the other end. Of course you're allowed to call them. They're not in solitary confinement. They're just in hospital. But yeah, no, I'm texting my mom right now, which is why I'm like not doing so much stuff back and forth and like looking down constantly. I mean, we don't have that problem here, fortunately. But anybody in any kind of intensive care or active care is not allowed to have visitors. If you're in passive long-term care, you're allowed to have visitors, but my mom's in essentially emergency right now, so. Hey, Jimmy, what's up? It's good to see you. But yeah, I'm just gonna keep staring at this dwarf until I figure out if they're a fucking vampire or not. But they still haven't, you know, drank or eaten anything since arriving. Or slept. We're through into mid-spring. Yep. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Overall is focused with satisfied needs. He's not distracted after being away from people and is not distracted after being unoccupied. He's not distracted after doing nothing creative. Alright, I'm going to pause the game and we're going to add these to the prison. Used by justice. Used by justice. Used by justice. Used by justice. And used by justice. Damn it, I need one more. Damn it. Alright, fine. Let's make 2 more. No, you're not. You're probably just learning the game, which is something that everybody has to do. Everybody's an idiot until they know what they're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, it's mighty easy to think you're an idiot. But I'm almost certain that you're not an idiot at this game. You're just simply learning. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. Alright, let's see if we can do a quick raid here. Let's go smack these guys. Send the 2 A squads. Attempt to raise the site. Good luck with the investments, friends. But Artistic, if you need anything, if you need any help with anything specific, just give me a shout. I'll see what I can do to help. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say that's being an idiot. I would say that's simply being inexperienced. You know, like you make that mistake once, and then the next time you do it, you don't make that mistake. That's a big part of playing Dwarf Fort, is you make the mistake once, you feel like a dum-dum, and then you don't do it again. You know, and it's like, that's something we all have to do. So this dwarf grew up, was born in this fort, from what I can tell. Dreams of raising a family, is very curious, without any respect for property. Be a good spy. You gonna have other jobs. I'm gonna give you siege operating, job, all the mechanics jobs, and I think stoneworking. Good luck, dwarf. That's true as well. Arrows can go into your backpack. The Forgotten Beast, Gulligan Bosnin, has come. A huge three-eyed alligator. It has 4 short horns and it appears to be emaciated. Its scarlet scales are small and overlapping. Beware its poisonous sting. I just sent my military away. So, who's the genius here, eh? Who's the genius here, eh? All right, let's lock all you guys inside. And jump to these guys and say, go stand here. And jump to you and say, go stand there. Hope everybody runs inside quickly. This is a artifact door, so I can lock it. The squad has a lot of newbies in it, which is not exactly optimal. Where is the beastie coming in? When your leg blew up? Yeah, that sounds like it's time to reset. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're an idiot at this game, for whatever it's worth. These sounds like mistakes that I've made myself, and I don't think I'm an idiot, but like, adventure mode is finicky to learn like that. There's some oddities to it for sure. All right, are you going for this? It's possible you are. Could also just pull this lever. There you go. So now you can't come in that way, which I think you were. Good win, Jimmy. And Audio. And Clander. Where's this critter going? Seems extremely uninterested. That you did, Clander. I mean, my favorite thing to do in adventure mode is just accuse people of crimes. And, uh-oh. Well, that dwarf's probably dead. Is accuse people of crimes. And, oh, not dead? Sure. Just like ran past. Imagine just being this dwarf carrying this boulder going, oh god! And then suddenly just like, everybody just runs past you. Is this whole area up here in this? Oh, it fucking is. Of course it is. Alright, well. Uh-oh. Not an opportune moment to have a baby. Well, I guess, get 'em, boys. Fight's about to start. Yeah, just accuse everyone of being a weird until you find one. Like, it's just run around. I like being the crazy bard hobo. Like, I like sleeping in ditches and just yelling at people. It's basically just like I create my spirit animal. Well, looks like we're winning so far. It's missing a whole lot. Yeah, seems to be going pretty good so far. The Hammer Dwarf bashes the Forgotten Beast in the left front foot and bruised it. Twist the leg. Hammer Dwarf bashes the Forgotten Beast with her Silver Warhammer, bruising the muscle. Lots of bruises. The Hammer Dwarf bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right eye. Ooh, ow. Bruising it. Gave it a black eye with a hammer. And it twists the head. Okay. I see blood. Hammer Dwarf bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right rear leg. The Militia Commander bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right front leg. Chipping the bone. We're chipping it. We're making progress. Keep eating it, boys. The Swords Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast in the left front leg with his named steel sword, chipping the bone. And the sword is firmly lodged in the wound. More blood. The Hammer Dwarf bashes the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with his Silver Warhammer, bruising the muscle and bruising the guts. Even more excellent. And it looks like it's almost over. The Hammer Dwarf scratches the Forgotten Beast in the right rear leg, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. Oh, did the vampire just, like, kill you? Because that's kind of funny. Man, that is a lot of blood. Like, a whole lot of blood. Like, a whole lot of blood. Golly. Oh no, you missed a Forgotten Beast. Yeah, I would say that you did. I would say that you did. First of a werebeast line in the world, go punch a statue. Just go to monasteries and start punching statues. I mean, it was a beast worth forgetting. That's for sure. You don't need to be a great beast to be worth forgetting. A course on the goblin. Speaking of things being worth forgetting. Are you still haven't drank anything, have you? Extracts? Not extracts. Fire, yes. Webs, yes. I don't think I've ever tried that with extracts. And how'd that fight go? In 564, the Rag of Suns attacked the ruthless whips of an unknown civilization. It's seduced depressed. Sounds like my sex life. The Dwarf Dastot Armpick led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin Zolek Steel-Tunneled. The Dwarf Dastots outmatched the Goblin Zolak with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Seems to be going pretty well, considering, like, right after that initial attack, we smashed the lower leg of the Goblin that was leading their defense. Yeah, I've never weaponized a spitter, no. I find that they tend to be a little bit underwhelming, so I've never bothered. I don't know how I would do that without mods. I know that there's that one alchemy mod that lets you trap, like, what are they called? The helmet snakes? Is that what they're called? Helmet snakes? The poisonous snakes that lurk in caverns? I know that you can, there's a mod that lets you trap those and use the venom to poison weapons. But, like, outside of mods, I have no idea how the fuck I do that. Well, we stole a bunch of books. The forces of the Reigns of Terror rampage throughout Seduce Depressed. Also got a bunch of random crap. Well, they're still there. Alright, you butcher a dead animal. Just butcher an animal. Because I want somebody to butcher this. Looks like they're coming to do it. Cool. Oh no, Stint had tantrumed. No crimes were committed though, apparently. I don't know how much there is to read, but I can, pilot. No, there's a bit. Suspicious turkey breasts sold at stupid prices. Eggs can't sustain nutrition. More numbers, please. Apple flavored pie, not that peach spiced crap. What? Feed dogs. There you go. Please continue adding words to that, whatever that is. And Hobo, your car is looking good, by the way, while I'm staring at the Discord. Currently I'm running none, but I like overhaul mods. I am quite fond of, that's quite a bit of meat. I'm quite fond of the, Mushroom Kingdom overhaul mod, which makes everything Mario. Like, and when you look at that thing, found dead? Of what? I think you got beaten to death. Huh. You were found dead, but not drained of blood. Also, that was the name of a lever that got toppled. It's just a funny name of a for a lever to get toppled. It's okay though. You can just go to prison for a while now, hopefully. And also beat up a dwarf so much that they died in their sleep, which is unfortunate. Beating in 85 days in prison. Put up the finish picks. That was quick. Fast build. It's just funny that the name of that lever was because that was a lever that I used for trapping a forgotten beast. And it's just like, a lever has been toppled by has been toppled by Stintpad. Yeah. All right. Now back down to that suspect dwarf. Oh, hey, suspect dwarf got beaten up and is thus resting. Not euphoric due to inebriation, though. I mean, they're going to give him water. Now, I wonder if Stintad beat you up because they sensed something off about you. I mean, I've got the one forgotten beast, which is this guy. Just a gigantic petrosaur with external ribs, large mandibles, and it is ravening. Its clear scales are jagged and set far apart. Beware its fire! And it's trapped in this one tile wide room right in front of this, so goblins that raid have to walk right past it. So that's fun. The first response, lever, it was there for generators since McUrist built it, and it served well. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, kind of mandatory in Dwarf Fortress to name a lever. Ah. Good lord, that's Dwarf had a lot of damage done. Or did a lot of damage. Although you got beaten pretty bad, which is good. You deserve it. Because this dwarf is a murderer! They've killed 2 of my dwarves. Which we need to fix. And few things feel better than pulling off a good ah. It's a fact. Oh, Salon the Diagnoser withdraws from society. There goes one of my doctors. Sup, Ultimate? How's things? Goodbye fort has been pulled. I don't quite have a goodbye fort. Craftsdorf shop gets claimed. Not that interesting. Better be an instrument. Absolutely nothing happened to it. I played it on Thursday. Put up a VOD this morning. For... Was it the Thursday VOD? I think it was the one before that. Ooh. I like... Looks like a fun little build. Do you have any idea how much I would give to have, like, official F1 Lego kits? I don't know if you're in that, if you're in that boat at all, but... You would buy the fuck out of F1 Lego? Yeah. Lego's expensive enough to suit the F1 brand. No. No. It still is a giant level amp. Currently it's going through some renovations. I'm reconstructing the center pit artistic. No, I do seasonal forts to like change things up a bit. And so that's currently what I'm in the middle of, is changing things up. Let's turn on job cancellation. What do you need? That might be splints. Let's make some splints and some crutches. I don't know what that means, but yay. $300 Lambo. I mean, if it works. The Were-panda Iman Spishabob has come. A large panda twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow searchers. You will know. Its brown hair is very curly. You will know why you fear the night. Where the fuck is it? It's right there. Alrighty. There's a dwarf up there. Well. Let's lock everybody inside and see what happens. Run, dwarf. Who is that? It's one of my engravers. Oh no. Oh no. Did you get bit? Oh, yep. You got bit. Alright, so. You got bit and you're falling. Whee! Alright, so you have earned a nickname. Kivish Bit. Which means you're going into solitary, my friend. Alright, let's keep following you. We're talking about Lego, though, Squug? Just to be clear, we are talking about Lego. That's just like making sure that we're on the same page. Forbid fast passage. That's what I want to do. Forbid. 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 It's good as fuck. Don't worry about it. All right. Like to catch another one. Come on, close. Close. Oh. Oh, hey, it's Kavish. You meet again. Oh no. Rip Kavish. Well, that makes that problem a lot easier. All right, so we have a goblin in the fort now. Get him. Come on, dwarves. There they go. Oh, shit. Well, do you see all that clothing appear? That was a dwarf getting squished. Or launched. Or something getting launched. I'm not actually sure if anybody died. Right lower arm skids along the ground, bruising the skin. Okay, so one dwarf got launched by my drawbridge. Out of all of his clothing, in fact. No, not out of all of his clothing, but did get launched. Is not dead, though, somehow? Somehow didn't die, but did get launched by the drawbridge. I'm not sure where all of this clothing came from. But somebody just got launched by my drawbridge. Which is kind of amazing. Not gonna lie. Although we do need to give them a way out. Beggars stole your artifact bucket. Oh no, time to go on crusades to get it back. Please tell me. Oh, I was gonna say, please tell me Stinthad pulled that lever. That is way too fucking funny. Impromptu catapult. What's even better is the dwarf got launched out of his clothing but didn't die. Just skidded along the ground. It's very funny. All right. I don't turn off visitors, but I do make most of my taverns and temples and stuff not accessible to visitors, and then I'll make a visitors tavern and temple and keep it separate, usually, if I want visitors. Which is a good way to kind of have the best of both worlds. It's a very roundabout route to take. But I think turning off visitors is kind of defeats a lot of the purpose of it. You lose a lot of fun if you do that, in my opinion. That impromptu catapult, though, very amusing. Yeah, that's what I usually do. Yeah. I usually just make sure that my artifacts are kept in places where people are always staring at them, so we catch them in the act. Although there was one time when there was a bard who hung out in my fort for a bit, and even though we caught him in the act, I couldn't tell my military to kill him because he was friends with too many of my dwarves and probably would have caused problems if I killed him. So we just let him have it. Which is sometimes a decision that needs to be made. You just need... Do you have a library to attract visiting scholars? Because you need a library to do that. And then you need reason for them to come. So you need to have scholars. You need books. Well, then it's time to go to war. Seems like a perfectly legitimate reason to go to war. Artistic. There was a Formula E kit. All right. Well, what part of Formula 1 kit do you not understand? That's actually pretty cool. Not gonna lie. That actually is pretty cool. Lego, fuck off with your cookies and stuff. I mean, that's pretty cool. Not gonna lie. That's pretty cool. Nowhere near as cool as F1 kit would be. Yeah, I sometimes will have, like, a displayed furniture, like Spear was saying, but, like, with weapon traps around it, or other traps. Yeah. Stolen artifacts is a perfectly legitimate reason to go to war. Perfectly legitimate. At least, as far as dwarves are concerned. That's 36 adamantine wafers. I gotta use those for something. I didn't realize I had that many. I thought I used those. A snail being stolen? I mean, humans have, like, you know, outdone themselves over the years with the level of stupidity that we've gone to war for. All right, a vile force of darkness has arrived, which means it's time to lock everybody indoors again, and then make sure all the doors are locked because the gubbins are here. So this is fun, and you want to know why this is fun? Because we get to use the drowning trap. It's been a minute because the humans have been invading us, not the goblins. I haven't seen the goblins in a while. All right, so let's just wait for a second because it's going to take a second for them to run across the map anyway. Let's see what they bring. I mean, the pettiest war in Dwarven history would be because somebody stole an artifact sock. That's the pettiest one that I've ever heard about. It was on a stream that I like watching, and it was literally because somebody stole his artifact sock. Because you have a monarch, but you've never gotten a baron. So now you can't get diplomats or real holdings. How many dwarves do you have, though? Also, what kind of monarch do you have? I mean, at least you still get visitors. I haven't had a visitor in Long Death in 300 years. Not quite. 150 years? 170 years probably now in Long Death. All right, it's time to lock the doors. And a queen? It's probably because the, so I don't know how old your fort is. But if you've had the fort for a little bit, it is possible that there could be a baron appointed to your fortress who simply doesn't live there. if you do this and go to this screen, so hit C again, select your fort, press enter. It is possible you could have a Baron assigned to your fortress who's not in your fortress. It's 30 years old. Yeah, that's old enough that could have happened. So I would check this screen and see if there is a Baron assigned to your fortress. Because Long Death has a Baron assigned to the fortress who doesn't live in the fortress. So I have to wait for that Baron to die before I have a chance of getting another Baron. There's literally nothing I can do for it. Alright, so I need someone to go pull the lever. And I also still have this dwarf who I'm convinced is a vampire, so that's fun. And then the other thing I need to check is what... Okay, water trap is good to go. I actually really like the mandates. The mandates give me something to do in Long Death. Because Long Death is very long and going to exist for a very long time. So I actually really like having mandates. But, eh. Okay, we got dwarves going to go pull the lever. Uh-oh. They have a way in. They have a way in. It's okay. I have a way to block it. Pretty fucking easily. Let's lock that. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. Just gonna lock this off. Just go seal that off. Alright, they should do that. If they don't, then that's fine. That should be enough to deter them from going in there. If they don't, we can just kill them. I'd rather not have to empty bodies out of there, though. Well, it's going pretty well. We're just dealing with a goblin siege. Sweet, the front door is closed. Excellent. Yeah, it goes pretty good with full force. Also, Snowy Rose, hello. And thank you. I appreciate the lurks. Sorry, I'm really, really, really bad at reading chat when I'm getting invaded, because there's a lot of things to pay attention to. So many G's, yeah, it's a pretty good game. How am I so good at spotting vampires? You got one of them and you just stayed hidden until you decided to werewolf solution? Oh, I've never heard of the werewolf solution, but I'm familiar with the game Werewolf. How am I so good at spotting vampires? I'm an obsessive asshole who stares at dwarfs' descriptions too often, and I notice inconsistencies almost immediately. But fortunately, his arm is fractured, and his ankle's fractured. So currently he can't do anything. But I know for a fact that this person is not who they say they are, because they've joined way too many factions, they worship way too many gods, they're a legendary thrower and a legendary writer. That doesn't fucking happen for an 80-year-old AI-generated dwarf. He has a grating, raspy voice, and his hair is white, which is pretty common amongst dwarves that are older than like 140 years old. And this dwarf's 85. This dwarf is like 34 in human years. So... this dwarf's like 35 years old. Full head of gray hair. Like, white hair. No fucking way. That dwarf's lying. Sorry. You've been part of too many factions, and you have white hair. There's no way. So that's how I noticed. I wouldn't say I'm crazy good. I'm terrible with minecarts. Like, I'm certainly not the best by any stretch, but I try. Ooh, we get to test out the, in case of fire, or in case of trouble, use Forgotten Beast. Excellent. I'm actually very excited now. No, not Big Wish. Fire on the dance floor. There we go. I actually haven't gotten to test this since we upgraded it. We upgraded it so that it funnels them directly in front of the Forgotten Beast now, and I haven't gotten to test it yet, so I'm very excited. I mean, if you give your dwarves rocks artistic, you just gotta smooth those rocks. Now, I would say somebody who's crazy good at Dwarf Fortress is Cupo. Cupo's crazy good at Dwarf Fortress. I'm alright at Dwarf Fortress. Let's see if our beastie can make this troll lit, if you know what I'm saying. Well, just give me a second. Let me find something that Cupo's made. This is from a few months ago. But this is something that Cupo made. Cupo's very good at this game. I can just play competently. Cupo's very good. I just play competently. What's that? Good question. Dwarf Fort. Cupo uses Dwarf Fortress to make psychedelic art. Looks epic, whatever it is. Yep. Was that gem windows? I actually don't know how he made the spiral. I always thought it was drawbridges, but... Alright, let's see if it bites. We get a T for torch. Excellent. T for torch. Got him. Got him. That will deal with the troll's early problem. Sometimes, but the game bugs out, Rocket. And when the game bugs out, it's really not super fond of, whew, the frame rate. It's really not super fond of, actually demolishing the sites. That troll is, like, thinking twice about moving forward right now. It's like, there's a lot of fire right there. And that troll back there is just like, I just saw my buddy get torched. Oh, God. Something must be stuck somewhere. I think I know why. I think I know why. I actually don't know why, but I do have a theory. I'm convinced it's because of this. I'm just going to... How can I do this safely? Just going to lock these two doors for a second here. This is going to be really sketchy for about 10 seconds. Let's seal you. I need blocks. Any blocks. Sure, let's fill it up with schist. Give this a drawbridge solution later. I don't generally go to war. I actually try and avoid going to war as long as possible, Rocket, unless I'm trying to fight. But no, it's best to it's best to achieve your goals. The war doesn't end until that faction is completely gone. And even then, the war technically doesn't end. Dwarf Fortress is very weak when it comes to diplomacy. So fight until you're satisfied with the fight. Don't fight until you're bored. So if you start getting bored, stop fighting. If you're not bored yet, keep fighting. Welcome back, Stone. Algorithm took a long time to decide who to throw that sub to. Cheers, Spitalia. Thank you very much for checking a sub at Jai333 and for gifting a sub once again, as always. Thanks for the ongoing support. And supporting the stream. I am now not sleeping. I know that feeling of no longer sleeping. I hope you've been getting sleep, though. I'm literally just hoping someone could come and just, like, finish that off. Anybody want to do that? No! How about I do this? Oh, never mind. Dwarf is coming. Enjoy your lurks and enjoy Final Fantasy. What happened to the goblins? They're still sieging. I'm simply removing a lag problem. And then we're going to go back to letting them siege. Half-rotten corpse is what you are? Oh, no. But yeah, no, they're still above ground. I had to let them go for a little bit so that I could build this wall here. Toasted got reelected. 3 helms, can't do. Well, copper helm. I just need this dwarf to... Or limbs fall off? I can't tell you. Never been there. All right, so now that that's done, I can lock the dwarves back up, and we can let the goblins back in. Would help if I was going up and not down. All right, well, did a pretty good job burning up one troll. Well, you can't make the goblins into tributes, right? But sometimes it's impossible to raise sites because of unknown map bugs that will get fixed for the map update. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't personally like the combat in Dwarf Fortress all that much. I think it's the least interesting portion of the game, at least in Fortress mode. Unlike in Adventure mode, where combat is the most interesting part of the game. But... well, specifically the raiding portion, I think getting invaded is fun. Getting sieged is fun. But actually, like, taking over factions isn't something I'm particularly interested in, so I don't have many tips or pointers, but... all I know is that certain sites, like, on this fort, in this fort, like, this is gone. This is no longer here. Everything's dead. There's nothing there anymore, but it still tells me that there's 6 of them there. Think our dwarves are mad? Well, to quote Legends Mode Artistic, the fortress left a period of time filled with questionable judgment. I think that's the line. You can, but they only, yeah, exactly. They only last a year or two and then they declare war on you. I've done it a couple times. But you can't really make them do that. Which is why I just kind of say you can't. Because, like, yeah, you can, but They'll bring 1 or 2 tributes and then they invade you. Yeah, that's what they've done the times I've done it too. Don't usually bother anymore. I usually just demand that they surrender. And sometimes they do, which is really funny. And then they invade you anyway. It's like, I don't know. Fucking with the goblins is funny. Came to their senses after a period of questionable judgment, so. We're about to have more crimes reported, I think. Yeah, I mean, man, there's quite the brawl going on in my tavern right now. A specific dwarf that tantrumed. Yeah, lots of crimes are getting committed. And then Salon, oh, I know why. It's because, the diagnoser, Salon, went berserk after failing an artifact because we got invaded. That's what's going on. Now there's somebody tantruming in the hallway. Although, I think they're dead, so it's not necessarily a bad thing. Nope, but someone did get carried out. Speaking of somebody getting carried out. Yeah, look at them all reporting crimes. You drank yet? No, you are 1,000% a vampire. 1,000% a vampire. All right, let's keep following the goblins because that's what I'm actually worried about. I don't care if I lose dwarves to random things. Who here has not seen my defensive structure for this fortress yet? In action. This is a lot of water pressure. It's been a while. It's been a while. Live in Canada, it's impossible to exist without having some random fucking Nickelback line stuck in your head. Kiddie pool, you could call it that. I mean, it's a kiddie pool with a hotspot at the front. Oh hey, frame rate's suddenly like quintupled. The dwarves figured out their shit. How come they all stopped reporting crimes? Actually, I have a theory. I'm going to assign this to the captain of the guard just so that they have an extra office so that they can report crimes, because I don't actually think he has access to his office right now. Yeah, I find that trapping trap-avoid creatures is one of the most tedious and annoying things to do in DF. I trapped a... what's it called? A were-creature in one to test it. Because when they're in were-creature form, they're trap-avoid, if I remember correctly. Oh boy. Really? Stag beetle. It has a knobby trunk and it appears to be emaciated. Its dark violet scales are oval-shaped and set far apart. Beware its poisonous gas. That's a pain in the dick. Why do you gotta be here right now? Why everything all at once? Blah. So many things. All right, military, get over here. Because of the challenge? We play the game for different reasons. Get him! The Hammer Dwarf has bestowed a name on the hammer. Well, this dwarf is currently dueling with a Forgotten Beast, and he names his hammer. He killed a Forgotten Beast once before. So you know what? Deuce him. You get a name. And if you die, well, that's just unfortunate. Unexpected during a fight, and then proceeds to kick the Forgotten Beast in the head with her left foot, tearing the fat, and bruising the muscle, and bruising the brain. Well, deuce him. Good for you. That's 2. That's 2 kills. Both Forgotten Beasts. Both this year. I mean, this is why they say thick thighs save lives, right? Save lives, right? Oh, look, a troll's on fire. All right, cool. Good for you. Champion of the fortress? Maybe not the champion. Certainly a champion. Yeah, this is gonna be fun for frame rate. How to troll catch fire? I have a Forgotten Beast trapped up here who shoots fire. Which is why the game's running so slow, because they're trying to pass through the fire right now. And they actually can't do it. So they're currently trying to pass through the fire. And because they can't, they are... the frame rate's losing its mind. Yeah, the enslaved Forgotten Beast trap. One of them managed to get past it somehow, though. What do you mean? Why don't they just give up for a short duration? Speaking of giving up, the frame rate's done that right now. The game isn't paused, it's just running at 1 frame every 10 seconds. I don't know. I didn't write the programming for this game. Ask Tarn. Maybe I should ask him that next time I have him on stream. We can chat about how... So why does fire kill the frame rate for pathing? Or smoke, specifically. Smoke and fire. I mean, how many of them are in here? Certainly not enough. I think I'm just going to do this way. For extra boom. I like doing that. I did that with a dragon once. Just enough of the silliness. No, that troll is dead. I'm like mostly certain. Well, there's the one troll that's on fire right now, which is the one that's wrecking the frame rate, but there's another one. Hamster, yeah, hamster's working overtime right now. I think what I might do is I might give them another way around it. Because then they can go past it, and if they do, then they die, but if they don't, then they don't. And then the frame rate doesn't get totally wrecked. No, the computer's not on fire. Computer's fine. Dwarf Fortress just can't use more of the computer than it already is. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress is only using like 1.5 gigs of RAM and 15% of my CPU, so computer's fine. Tame or not tame? Because yes, I had a gremlin in a fortress a long time ago. Trapped it in a cage, put it in my forts, fed it bones, did all that. I've killed more gremlins than I've tamed, though. There was one that showed up in Long Death and almost immediately got killed by a Forgotten Beast. Sleep paralysis is fun, /s. I don't get sleep paralysis that often anymore. I just get night terrors. Which is why I smoke so much weed, because it stops the night terrors. But, you know, it's fun. Let's combine cave spiders and archers. Lethal for the enemy. Maybe webbing creatures and flame. I mean, flame spitters does this. Makes your frame rate take a shit. So, I don't know if it's necessarily better. We have to wait for a dwarf to close that. We need to wait for the fire to disperse. That is not true, because dragons actually die really easily if something gets into melee range with it. They also don't discriminate on friendly fire. Well, I do have a dwarf coming to pull the lever, so that's good. The problem is, we have to wait for the dwarf to get to the point where they can pull the lever. This is how slowly the game is moving right now. Okay, so it's about 1 frame every 6 seconds. Ish. Shouldn't take too long. This is true, Stone. That investment was missing the, But anyway, Sebastian, when you had sleep paralysis, did you see anything cool? The nice thing about sleep paralysis is you see shit sometimes. Oh, actually, maybe this is what's wrecking my frames. Nope. Although it did just get better. Maybe the fire's burning out. It'll stop lagging when they pull the lever. Quite literally. Like, literally the second they pull the lever and then the smoke burns out, it'll stop lagging. It goes back to what I say before, which is literally all FPS deaths, air quotes, in DF are caused by the player and are fixable by the player. You just need to have the patience to do it. It just needs to get down to that lever. Because the cause of the frame rate problems is that. Although the smoke is dissipating, as you can see. Although Beastie is about to fire another round. So we'll see how that goes. It's at one frame every 7 seconds or so. No, he did not. Never asked to join. He just hung around. He stayed semi-wild, and then I got tired of the fort and went on to a new fort. Actually, I don't know if it was a he, but the gremlin stayed semi-wild. Also, the frames have come back. Alright, so what I'm going to do I'm going to go kill these trolls up at front. This dwarf is bringing a book. Go get him. Sport. Oh, no. Let's just tell you guys to station here for a second. I'm just dealing with the trolls that are in the lead. The goblins We'll be fine. No, A has been toppled, actually. A was used to trap that Forgotten Beast, so A is actually now irrelevant. A is a lever that was attached to a drawbridge that has since been built in. Yeah, the frames are back because we pulled the lever that needed to be pulled. So yes, the frames are back. It's one. Giving the dwarves some exercise. Yeah, well, doesn't exist in the fort anymore, actually. Close this bridge to lock this guy. All right, well, troll's leaving, so I can back up with the dwarves. This troll is running away in fear. Let's tempt fate. Aw, never mind. Let's not tempt fate. I don't really feel like going through that kind of frame rate levels of bullshit again. Okay, so it's just the one troll. And all the goblins behind them. And all those goblins. How many are in the stairwell still? Most of them. Brilliant. If you made a werebeast fort, you wouldn't be able to, because werebeasts will kill each other. Werebeasts are not on the same side when they are in beast format. In beast format, just like in JPEG format. But yeah, if were creatures are, if there's a full moon and there's were creatures, oh my god, the troll's running away in fear. That's funny. They will kill each other. I've never tried spear, possibly. Well, the thing is, if you want to cause chaos, like, just make a Necromancer fort. Like, really, just make a Necro fort. Like, quite literally, like, that is the best way to cause chaos in any dwarven fortress, is just make a Necro fort. Like, literally, that's all that you need to do. Okay, so they'll deal with them. All right, so there's some blood flying everywhere. It's fine. I have the problem with how fast these trolls move. It's very inefficient for me. Also hate how split up the enemy army got. It's basically these trolls that we just gotta keep killing. And then I have to stop them from attacking as soon as they start doing what they're doing right now, which is going for everything, because if they see that main army, then they run in and attack it. That's a problem for us. Okay, everybody back up. Get out of there, because that's most of the trolls, and that's basically where we're going to lock it. That there is where we are going to lock it. Trap fort entrance, trap fort exit. Need those two levers to be pulled. Whew, that was close. This dwarf damn near got squished. All right, now we gotta lock the back door. And, there's one more. Any more? Any more takers? There we go. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not... I know for a fact that there's a possibility that elves can bring pre-tame gremlins, which is something that I'm just kind of crossing my fingers and hoping for in my forts these days. I don't really... Like, there's animals that... Oh. Hey, there's the vampire. I have proof now. That dwarf's a vampire. I can, perfect opportunity to convict somebody. Because I know exactly who did it. Alright, but we have a bunch of crimes that finally got put in on Stinthad. And this dwarf is just dead. But I know who did it. I know exactly who did it. I'll bet you if I look at the dwarf's mind, they'll even come up with the murder on their description. This one. You. You did it. Punish the dwarf who swears he's 80? Definitely. Yeah, saw him die. See? Didn't feel anything after seeing Moses die. That dwarf that I knew was a vampire the literal second I saw him, that's it. He knows. But, before we do that, we need to witness the drowning. Oh, there it is. We missed it. But, hopefully that'll be enough to take out the siege. Should be. That's more than the majority. Looks like he's 350. Yep, hair is white. Definitely a giveaway. What am I going to do with him? Put him in the walls. Give him his own fort. Let him write a book. After we put him in prison. Although, putting him in prison is going to be very helpful. Ah, would you look at this? Interrogation report. Went with the subject. Made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. Subject naively complied. Confessed with the murder. The subject revealed that Deagle, clasp natures, is in fact an assumed identity. The subject's true name is Cyril Coastal Roads. Bwomp, 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 bwomp. In the early autumn of 298, the subject attempted to corrupt an unidentified creature. To corrupt father and unidentified creature in order to have someone act on plots and schemes in bell smurges. The subject met with an unidentified creature and, while completely misreading the situation, made a threat. And an unidentified creature valued the law and refused. Attempted to corrupt an ex-spouse. There's a lot of unidentified creature in here. Well, dun 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 dun. I love it when this system works. All right. So have you assumed your actual name now? Nope, you have not. Well, we do have the ability to let you go to prison for your crimes or get a beating or something. And then we'll figure out what to do with you. But there's another thing I got to do. I got to go down to here and pull that lever, turn on the pumps. Although there's another lever I need to pull. I need to pull this lever, turn off the burrows. We need to check prisons. 225 days in prison. Well, that is plenty of time for us to figure out what to do with you. Plenty of time. Plenty of time for us to figure out what to do with you. You know, I'm just going to lock this door. And I'm going to do a thing. Let's see if you can engrave those from where you are. Should be able to. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe you can't. Oh, well. All right. Just got to go to body parts. Darn. Not all of them are reachable. It's fine. Let's turn on the drain. Start flooding some of this stuff out. And let's open the front door. No, he's more valuable than that. I mean, death is the easy way out for a vampire. Although, here's the question. How do you like prison? Hopeless. Guilty. Uh-oh. No, I kind of want to give him a pick. And keep an eye on him. And play with him. Yeah, no, currently they will just murder each other. Artistic. Which, personally, I think is better. But, you know, you do you. Games like this are all about flexibility and options. But yeah, no, it's been that way for a while where they'll just kill each other. If you have multiple were creatures in a room. It's been that way for quite some time. That's nothing new. And also there was a bug in the game for a bit. I don't know if this is still the case, but if all of your dwarves in your fortress are were creatures and they all turn into were creatures, they all cease being members of your fort. They move to the hostile tab. If they all become hostile at the same time, you have no dwarves in your fort and you immediately lose. I don't know if that's still a bug, but that was a bug at one point, which is kind of hilarious, in my opinion. But that's where you just Alt F4 and then restart. But that was a thing that can happen because it happened to me once. I had one dwarf left that was a I had one dwarf that was a were creature, and that happened to me. So that's something that you should probably, at the very least, be wary of. Necromancer forts, I think, are the best way to just be evil. Have a couple were creatures for funsies and, like, maybe have a were creatures in pits or something and then like, drop them in. But I don't know. Like, to me, vampires are a pain in the ass to manage. Were creatures are like, yeah, you can, but however, I genuinely think, like, the best way to just be evil in Dwarf Fort is just go be a Necromancer, which is what this fort's going to turn into. I'm probably just going to do a whole week of this fort on the last week of this month and just play, like, 26th, 27th, 28th, and then 30th and the 31st, because otherwise I'm going to run out of time for this fort. Just play a whole bunch of it, because, like, I have plans for what I want to do for endgame in this fort, but I'm probably not going to be able to achieve that. So. Oh, there's another thing I gotta stop. I gotta pull no, not that. Big whoosh. That needs to be pulled. I got to pull that lever. It's okay, though. We're just losing some water. Well, actually, are we? Yeah, a little bit. Cool. The pumps are back on, which is what we need. We're refilling the giant guitar. I mean, or you could be like me and just deal with what happens, right? Which is what I do. I mean, sure, you could do that. Or you could just put cage traps in front of a side door, lock the side door with a wall, or drawbridge, deconstruct or lower drawbridge when were-creature arrives. They run in through door, trip on cage trap, done. It's very easy to catch creatures, were-creatures. Like, I mean, I have this one, which we did just that. Right there. This guy. I know Whip King. He's a were-creature. Yeah, this is our drain. It's gonna, you know, fill this area up for a bit, and it's all getting pumped back up and back in up top here. So we can use it again. All right. I mean, or, you know, you could also just not make the game not fun for yourself, but, you know. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of people who really obsess over doing things in Dwarf Fortress that, to me, aren't fun. Like, that what you're describing, like, that is not even remotely interesting or fun. That is just tedious and boring. I was expecting you to die. I'm infinitely more interested in, like, the way the dwarves behave. Not particularly interested in torturing them for my amusement. Like, that's never been interesting to me. So, if you have fun playing the game that way, by all means, go nuts. But geez, that just sounds annoying. I'm pumping from the caverns. There is a light aquifer and a varied aquifer on this map. Varied's on the left, light's on the right. But I just pumped it from the water, from the caverns. It's just easier to make a bunch of pumps and pump them up. And there we go. Let's just dump everything up here. And we're going to let all the corpses finish decomposing before we go down and in here. Or at the very least, finish spreading miasma. No. I'm not a man of torture and violence. Science is great. Torture and violence? Not really my particular fetish of choice. Granted, I've had a dwarf have triplets. Have you had that? It's like, exactly, the science has already been done. Scientists do the test once, they know the outcome, and then they don't do it again. Unless they find discrepancies. So, you go nuts with your science. I'll do my science. But I don't particularly find torturing dwarves on repeat particularly sciencey. Yeah, I'm much more interested in role-playing in Dwarf Fortress than, you know, committing genocide. Or torturing your dwarves. You know, it's kind of funny because, like, I'm saying all this, but also at the same time, like, this fort's going to be a Necromancer fort, and half of them are going to be zombies by the time I'm done. But this is a kind of an anomaly for Halloween for me. Where are you headed? Oh, you're probably replacing those cage traps that I had forever ago. Also, speaking of cage traps, I was going to do this. Picture point, what's up, dude? How's things, man? How's the LA traffic? Holy shit, it's wild. Yeah, that's what happens when you have a small country's worth of people in one city. Can archers fire from within minecarts? You know, that's science that I would say is worth doing. I don't know that. Patrolling archers is one thing, but patrolling archers that also fire out of minecarts, that's like some Donkey Kong shit right there. Oh boy. So now we have this stressed out vampire who's got another 200 days in prison. That's suboptimal. That is indeed suboptimal. That is something that could be tested. I mean, you could maybe have like a minecart set up to, or designed for them to bounce out safely, or exit safely and maybe use it as faster mode of transport. That would be interesting to see science. But yeah, outside of that, like, science, there isn't really too much science to do there. That's Forgotten Beast stuff that I'd like to keep. Probably put its horn on something or you make it into something. Well, that's not hard to do. Science has been done there. Grape shot cannon, lava cannons, water cannons. Lava cannon, yeah. Put lava in them and then drop them down a hill and then slam them into a fortification and you shoot lava everywhere. This is only clunky right now because things are still locked, but I just really want to get those troll skeletons out of here. Is the actual issue that I have right now. Is I've got troll corpses in my fort spreading miasma everywhere, but the reason I can't mass designate is because I got locked areas that we can't get to. So the dwarves, because they can't reach them, they don't know that they're there. Player knows that they're there, dwarves don't. So the dwarves can't go get them, so I have to do this manually. Yep, the contents fly. Up and over. This is why I say I'm not that good at Dwarf Fortress. I just build cool-looking forts. But there's a lot of things that I either find just too finicky, so I just don't bother, or things that I just don't know how to do. Like, I know how to theoretically make minecart cannons for lava, but I've never done it. I've done it with grape shot and steel balls. Or iron balls, actually. Yeah, that's what they're putting all the bones into right now. All of the garbage mashers on the detention level. That's literally what's happening right here. Is they are dumping everything in there. But we still have to dump everything that's in here and everything that's in there. Got rid of many goblins. I guess my issue is there are easier, less tedious ways of doing that and achieving a similar, if not the same result. So because of that, I find myself just like, I don't know. I find water pressure and catapults to make things trip into lava just as much fun and almost as effective. But also 10 times less tedious. So if I'm given an option between the tedious thing or the less tedious thing, I will always take the less tedious thing. The less fiddly thing, so I can spend more time just playing around with my dwarves. You get into an argument, and it is irritating. I've done that with zombies. I've never managed to do that with live goblins. I've made shooting ranges with, you know, those brain dead zombies that like aren't intelligent, so they move really slowly. I've successfully made shooting ranges with zombies a couple of times. It's not too hard. Never done it with goblins though. Fortunately though, I think these goblins may have brought us enough goblinite that I can finish this lava tower. So yay! Yay! He's only in masonry. What the fuck are all my masons doing? Oh, I know what the problem is. This thing's still locked, isn't it? It's still locked. Nope, not locked. Alright, well then why the fuck can't you get down there? Okay. Oh, I see. We are still constructing blocks. You know what? Let's just screw those. Let's just work on the pumps. Yep, that's how you remove stuff from cages. Yep. Oh, I see. I went too high up. Orthoclase, which I think, based on my memory, should be lava safe. I need to actually test that before I turn this whole thing on. Yeah, because they dump all their stuff before they actually dump the goblin out, right? Ponder physical examination? Is that what you said? Oh, it's done now, I think. I was like, what the fuck did that say? Oh well. I mean, it depends on how good their climbing skill is. Wait, climbing out? I was gonna say never mind. I mean, with I mean, moledogs are animals, so if you dump a moledog out of a cage, it's just gonna remove it from the cage, right? Unless I'm very mistaken there. That's something I gotta do. And, mittens. I mean, most things can survive 7 layers of falling damage. Assuming they don't break a leg. Most things can. Dwarves can. I've had dwarves fall. I had a dwarf fall, I want to say it was 30 Z levels through floors. So, bang, hits a floor through the floor, bang, hits a floor through the floor, bang, and got out with bruises. His cloth pants deflected the blows. They were very fluffy pants. That's my only logical theory. It sounds like a damn cartoon. Dwarf Fortress kind of is an absurdly violent cartoon. From one block of falling? Your leopard man needed to not skip leg day. That's your actual problem. You skipped leg day. Found your issue. Don't skip leg day. And then you'll have stronger leg. And then when you jump off a hill, you will land on foot, and foot will go thunk and land flat instead of leg exploding. I mean, like, did you just start that adventure? Because leopard people are not particularly dense. Dwarves are far denser than leopard people. Basically, like, if weird anomalies happen to animal people, I just, like, kind of consider it to just be an anomaly of an animal person. Like, for example, if a mushroom or if a plump helmet person gets randomly deadified, it's probably because they got stepped on. If you step on top of a mushroom person, they can't crawl under you because they don't lie down, really. And dwarves can't step up and over, so if a dwarf walks over top or occupies the same tile as a plump helmet man, it's almost guaranteed to kill him. Because they're going to step on him. Then they just brew it into alcohol. Can it be a Russian cartoon? I don't know. Depends on whether or not your imagination is in Russian or not. Accidental murder? I mean, have you ever squished a bug? Accidentally? Super Mario effect, kind of. Alright, well, I'm just going to let dwarves do a thing for a second. I'm going to go use the toilet. Because I've been streaming for 4 hours. I've had a lot of coffee. Back in a second. All right, I return. I mean, if a rock appeared, like, the game would pause, so it wouldn't matter. If anything dangerous appeared, really. I mean, currently the most dangerous things on this map are in my fort. Oh, so how are you doing? Why do you feel guilty? Probably because you are guilty, actually. I should have given you mining, so you just had a pick equipped. The rock will fit fine in it. I mean, I'd give them one made of metals. Be a bit more, give a bit more respect to the rock than just tiny little nest box for the chicken. I mean, come on, you're not gonna make a rock share a nest box with chickens. That's just rude. Speaking of things that are not just rude, when's that new monitor arriving, Were-panda? The realm of 2 screens. It's the sequel to 1 screens. All right. And Neil, thanks for the host. But how's things, Were-panda? All right, well, I got a bunch of these they need to get uncanceled. These all need to get canceled. Up here. So that you guys get down here and construct these buildings. Soon, TM? Hell yeah. So I need a guinea pig. Not literally. I need somebody to pump this pump right here. And the reason I need someone to pump this pump, and I need to suspend this, suspend this, suspend this, suspend this. It's because I want to find out if orthoclase is lava safe. I think it is. I just need to test. I need to test, you know, for science purposes, of course. Last picks and Lego. Ooh. Ooh, I like the one on the left. Cool. Damn, Discord's busy today. They're very handy, Sphere. Pump it manually, let's find out. So someone's either about to spontaneously combust, or you look like you need a job, Eustace. How does pump operating sound? All right, what's stinking over here? There you go. Sometimes I feel like I come across as just kind of like a dick when people are talking about Dwarf Fortress science stuff, because I'm like, but we already know what happens when you do that. A Hydra! I want it! Gimme! Do I have cage traps in the right place? I think I do. Alright, well, that science will need to wait for later. Because the Hydra, lace furs, the indigo gnat. Hydra has come. Her scales are red and her eyes are black. I sense Hydra eggs in our near future. Hydra eggs. Hydra eggs and Hydra wife. Because the Hydra's here. That was a terrible pun. Well, there goes that dwarf. Who was caught outside. By Zon. And you and your baby. Wherever you went. Not Legless! Rest in peace, Legless. You were a good dwarf. So I'm going to try and cheese this. I have to move this one turn at a time. Ah, damn it. Oh, it went up. Never mind. Oh, I see what it's doing. It's going for my, my guinea cock. Turn around. Don't go for my guard guinea cock. There you go. Got it. Yay! Alright, we caught a Hydra. We caught a Hydra. Now we need to figure out what to do with the Hydra. But F's in chat for the poor three dwarves, actually, who died on the entrance. Legless was a good dwarf. I liked Legless. Legless was one of our first dwarves that we brought to the fort. Legless was a good dwarf. Kick Roast Legless has been found dead. Esteth the Dwarven Baby has been found dead. Zon the Butcher has been found dead. I mean, they were outside bringing in wood. What can I say? Start pumping manually. No. That's not how Hydras work in Dwarf Fort. I don't think Dwarf Fort has, like, hyper-regenerative capabilities to regenerate limbs. But... yeah, I mean, it heals super fast. But you can't regen limbs. The only time I've really had trouble with a Hydra, in my experience with Hydras in Dwarf Fort, was... specifically with the only time I've really had troubles with Hydras in Dwarf Fort was when I had an undead Hydra on the map. That was a problem. But Hydras generally are not too difficult to deal with. I don't really know what to do with the Hydra. Any ideas, Chad? I mean, if we got two, we could breed them. But we only have one. definitely need to make it like a cage with a spot where we can get its eggs. Because it is Lady Hydra, so we can cook those lovely Hydra eggs. I mean, maybe later. Although if we kill it and raise it as undead, it'll probably just attack us. Like, I know that you can make intelligent undead that are friendly to you out of your dwarves. I don't know if you can do that with animal. We literally already answered that question in chat. Scroll up, Commander. Hydras? Nope. Nope, they're melee. They are melee. They're basically just shitty dragons. Or Hydras. No offense to Hydras, but they're just shitty dragons. All right, so this is indeed Magna safe. Cool. My question has been answered. The test was a success. We just have to use orthoclase for the entirety of this fucking thing. Do you have 1,000, Spewer? I haven't seen you type in exclamation point tickets. I don't think you do. I'd be shocked if you did, actually. I don't think you watch me that much. Pump from south. My brain tells me that I should block a bunch of these material types and do this way faster, so I'm going to do that. Forbid, 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 unforbid. Oh, well. I don't have enough iron yet, but I'm hoping I will get enough iron. From this siege that just happened. Oh, no, it's north. Hold on a second. Yeah, I think for right now we'll just do our best to tame it, chain it, and make it lay eggs for right now. Seems to be the most logical thing to do with the Hydra. If we get another Hydra, we can breed them. Otherwise, we can just make it a symbol of the fortress or something. Maybe make it undead at some point. It's like I don't even have the secrets of life and death in this fortress yet, just because I haven't needed it. But that is the long-term plan. Do they not lay eggs? I thought they did. Guess not then. Could have sworn they did. Oh, I see. Need to move up. Oh, am I moving down instead of up? Yep, I am. I'll explain why that wasn't working. Let's use the wrong one. Did they give birth to live children then? Because that kind of makes no sense. They are reptiles. Are there any reptiles? And I'm sure that there are, but are there any reptiles that give birth to live young? Despite being reptiles, Hydras don't give. They give. They don't need it. Because they're born adults. Huh. Interesting. I knew that you couldn't fully tame them. But. Because I've never had a breeding pair of Hydras. Unfortunately. Much to my dismay. This is the worst part of building pump stacks, jeez. Just let them get all those done for right now. And I'm going to, or start working on those. I'm going to go and remove that silver one. Those are just... Get rid of all of these. Well, I can't actually get rid of those ones, but I can at the very least forbid it so that I don't have it popping up. South. As long as I make these all out of iron, we're good. And I think iron is the only one they're going to put at the top, so I can't hit it too fast, but I can hit it fast enough. Is that one even buildable? I'm not sure they can construct that from there on a diagonal. I mean, so far the most disappointing thing I've ever had in Dwarf Fortress is the Ettins that I've had for like 200 years that have refused to breed. I have 2 males and a female Ettin in Long Death, and they just hang around and refuse to make baby Ettins. I was really hoping I could get baby Ettins, because they are capable of it. But, unfortunately for that fortress, it's never happened. Probably just gonna get tired of having them at some point and just kill them. Because, like, or drop them into the lava sea or something. Use them as a sacrifice to the great god of the center of the planet, but actually, like, keeping them is just kind of sad. So I'm gonna need, like, another... I mean, I've got enough blocks. I'm gonna need a lot more corkscrews. And I'm gonna need another 40 pipes, I think. So after I get all of this stuff queued up, then from here, we can move on and start breaking down that goblinite. I'm sorry, this is not the most entertaining viewing in the world, but it's a necessary part of the Dwarf Fort. I think this might be the part of Dwarf Fortress that a lot of people are maybe caught off guard by with the Steam version. It's the part where this game can actually get really slow and tedious at times. Like, I probably could queue this up. Or actually, no, I absolutely could macro this, but if I macro it, then there's a chance that the macro gets the wrong spot for those. And we get one that's not wood. And then we get one in here that's made of wood, and then the whole tower explodes. Which I'd rather not have happen. I've had that happen before, and that sucks, and I hate it. Okay, that's it for screws. So now we let them all build for a little bit. You've yet to build a pump? Even just single pumps? Single pumps are fine. It's pump stacks that are kind of... Well, actually, pump stacks for water are no issue because it doesn't matter what materials you use, so you can just quickly speed build them. The only reason they're annoying to build for lava is because you need lava-safe materials for all of them, right? So they need to be glass, or they need to be iron or steel. They need to be made of materials that are lava-safe, right? I mean, who needs a reason to pump lava from the center of the earth? There actually is no reason in game to do it. Everything that you need to achieve can be achieved without doing that. Nether cap is great, yeah. I use whatever is the closest and most convenient, and whatever I have the largest abundance of. I usually, you like that you think it kept it chilled. Yeah, that's good. Very inky. Also pretty dark blue. I like rock pots for my drinks and such. First time with a water screw, you tried to use axles for it, and axles were so strange. First time I used a water pump, I drowned half my fortress. So, you know, I underestimated how much water would come out of the thing. Turns out, kind of a lot. Kind of a whole lot. Specifically what happened was I was trying to build a fountain in my tavern, and I underestimated how much water would go in, and I also underestimated how much water would come out. So I drained my little reservoir that I'd made almost immediately, filled up the tavern didn't drain fast enough, and drowned all the dwarves in there. It was pretty hilarious. I also didn't have a shut-off valve for the, or a shut-off lever for the pump. This was a while ago. It was pretty funny. It wasn't a particularly long fort. I literally made that fort specifically to test that. So it's kind of hilarious. IMO was kind of hilarious. All right, so let's, not actually that much time has passed. Let's see how that miasma is doing. All right, looks like the miasma's pretty much stopped. Meaning we can bring all this stuff in. To drown the entire fortress, if you ever felt the fortress was unsalvageable. I mean, a fortress is always salvageable. As long as you have one dwarf, you can salvage it. But it's more of a whether or not you want to put in the effort to salvage it. Sometimes causing catastrophic destruction is way more fun than salvaging it, though. I had a fortress that was designed as a evil cult a while ago. And the way I ended that fort was oh shit, I actually pulled the wrong lever. The way I finished that fort was I built a platform above the magma sea and made all my dwarves stand on that platform, and then they pulled a lever and it dropped them all into the lava, which was excessively satisfying, by the way. You know what? Let's just cancel pulling this lever so I don't accidentally squish any dwarves, because they're all coming in this way because I pulled the wrong lever. Oh well, that's fine. Was there a siege? There was a siege. There no longer is a siege. We also have a Hydra now, Clender. Also, we have a Hydra. You know, it's been busy. A Hydra, yeah. So we got sieged, raided, and we also have a Hydra. And we just raided these guys, and we snuck in without them detecting and stole a bunch of shit. This is an evil biome, but it was disappointingly not particularly evil. There's basically just creepy crawlers, and that's about it. It's a haunted swamp. I've been settling in haunted swamps, moist tropical broadleaf forests, because I wanted to find stranglers, which are practically a cryptid for Dwarf Fortress at this point, because they're like, I've never seen one. I want to see a strangler. Damn it. So I've been settling in moist tropical broadleaf forests with the hope of discovering the legendary stranglers, but no such luck so far. Also, I'm going to remove one of these so that I can play with my beastie and hopefully not have lag. Moist tropical, do you always settle in moist tropical broadleaf forests, or do you just play adventure mode all day? Because I've seen them in adventure mode. Uh-oh, we got a mandate. Helms. Shite. We have plenty of copper. And plenty of charcoal, I think. Do we not? Charcoal's what we need, never mind. Large skinless ass, can't remember the name of it. And it shot webs. Was the was my favorite Forgotten Beast I've ever seen. Just because I laughed so hard that I thought I was gonna die. And now I'm hearing that Tarn is considering removing the Were-ass and the Forgotten Ass from the game, and both of those things make me very sad. You know, I generally play the game vanilla, right? Thanks for the $3.50. Cheers. Dumbass. Can I get some beers for the $3.50? Why remove them? Not remove them. Change them to donkey. So, like, because in the most recent Future of the Fortress, Tarn stated that he's considering changing the name of Were-ass and Forgotten Beast Ass from ass to just donkey, because it would match the donkeys being called donkeys. It's like according to him, they have like two choices. They can either name donkeys asses, which would make it all make logical sense, or call Were-ass and Forgotten Ass donkeys, which is probably what they're gonna do. Oh, I see. Why is there a goblin maceman there? Are you with the dwarf? Are you visitors? You must be visitors, right? Oh, they are visitors. I was like, why is there a bunch of dudes over there in the corner? They're visitors that are not allowed in the fort because I don't have any public visiting centers. I need a visitor center. I need to make a visitor's tavern where the floor is above the lava pit once we have the lava pit. So I can pull a lever and just drop them all in. Well, that's the thing that we need. Yeah, that's the thing that we need. All right. Also, seriously, thanks for the $3.50. Goes a long way. Thanks for helping me do this full time. This weird job that I have of playing video games most people have never heard of. Just like the zebra? I mean, maybe. Wait, Dwarf Fortress has zebras? Hold on a fucking second. What? Is there zebras in DF? Or is it one of those creatures that they can like, but they don't actually exist? No, there's zebra spiders. There's a mod that adds zebras. I mean, where zebras exist. That's why I was sitting there, I'm like, wait a second. Wait a sec. But yeah, no, the reasoning behind renaming Were-ass to just ass, or from ass to donkey, is it would remove a lot of the potty humor surrounding that, which apparently Tarn isn't super fond of, but I think is hilarious and amazing, so, you know. Zapdos, speaking of rare, legendary, mythical creatures.
More sub-streaks to report.
Thank you very much for reporting your sub-streak. I hope that the criminal investigation will be underway soon. Wait. Seriously, thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a 22nd month. That's goddamn close to 2 years. You mad, lad? It's good to have you around, man. Ass is a completely different creature. I think they are! I think donkey is the domesticated ass, and ass is just an ass. Naturally. Oh, well. Oh, well. I mean, another one of the reasonings is Tarn has suggested that perhaps at some point we will get giant asses. Or a giant donkey. But who doesn't want to tame a giant ass? And it'll be even funnier in the Steam version when it just looks like a donkey. A great horned owl is fighting. Well, at least some things are exactly like Long Death. You should have put a second ass at the end of that sigil. Then it would have been very funny. How you been, though, Zapdos? Hope you've been well. Hopefully life has been kind. Another thing that we could bring is large. Oh. Well, a lot of it's already being brought. Who's been good? I don't know. Chat, who's been good? Actually, you know what? I don't want to sell all these. These are bronze. I mean, what I need is iron and steel, but bronze I'll keep. Were-panda has in fact not been good. Noted. Cheers, Artistic. Thanks for hanging out. It's been nice having you around. Tomorrow's my day off, so there won't be a stream if you look for it, but I'll be back on Tuesday. When you headed home, Stone? And has being somewhere else been good? You're buying it day one? Something I'll tell people is like, buy it and leave it a review. But also, if you just want to buy it to support, buy it on itch. They get a higher percentage from itch. I have dogs. Just looking at what animals they brought. Ah, so you head home on Wednesday. And it sucked. I mean, I would say, I'm trying to think, what's the last game I bought day one? Like, bought and paid for. Because I get a lot of games on day one, but most of them were like our review keys, right? I'm trying to think what the last... I mean, I buy all of the DLC that comes out for Hunter Call of the Wild. But But that's kind of like the only game I play off stream. Chat, what's the last game you paid full price for and bought day one? Or pre-ordered? Dude, that's a good thing. Get some sleep, Spitalier. Do I automate it? I don't automate anything in Dwarf Fortress because I forget what I've automated if I automate things. So I just do it manually. Like, it's just my brain. Maybe it's the weed I smoke, but like, I have a hard time remembering what I've automated if I automate things. So if I automate everything in my fort, like, within 30 minutes, I will have no idea what I've automated and have to re-automate it. I have about 400 hours in Caves of Cud. Sure. Cooler. AI War 2? How was AI War 2? As I actually have that. I haven't ever launched it. They randomly sent me a code into my email at one point. It's even harder now. Actually, I've played a couple games day one, but it's because of Game Pass. And I don't quite count that as buying. It's more like a perpetual rental. I'm just gonna look at my recently played. What's a game that I bought day one recently? Oh, I know a game that I bought day one. Inside. That's a game that I bought day one. I bought Conquest of Elysium. I bought day 2, the day after it came out. And that was pretty recent. Oh, Creeper World 4. That's the last full price game that the last game I bought at full price the day it came out was Creeper World 4. Cuz I liked the first AI War. Be Stardius. That's the RimWorld like space game thingy, right? Some migrants have arrived. Don't even wait, are they stuck? Holy fuck, they're stuck. All right, we have to go chop some trees down to let them down. That's funny. Starbound Scardium? I know some people who like fucking adore Starbound and then it feels like everybody else hates it. I've never played it, so I have no opinion on it. I mean, gosh, I wonder why. I've heard mixed things about that game, so I will probably avoid it. Like, way too early? Is that what you mean, Cooler? Oh, that's fair. You know, I've put large amounts of time into specific games that I end up being very fond of before and then been very disappointed by sequels, so I feel that. Or there was no updates that would be done anymore, and the Starbound seemed like a godlike game years later when it launched, Doug. Yeah. Yeah, I know that feeling. The last game that I got burned on Kickstarter, probably be Ancient Cities. It's on Steam now. Go look it up. I wonder if it still has overwhelmingly negative reviews. Probably not. It's probably up to mixed. No, it's up to mixed. Game had 20 minutes of content when it came out. I invest in Kickstarters. Well, I donate to Kickstarters. It's not an investment. I will back Kickstarters that I think that I would like to see completed, regardless of if I want to play the game or not. But I treat it the exact same way I treat throwing $10 at a streamer I like. I don't expect to get anything from it. Like, I could throw $10 at a streamer that I like, and did that say Mantis? Mantis Ichor Barrel. Awesome, because Mantis Ichor Barrel, not so awesome. Like I consider it like a tip, you know? Like if I throw $25 at a game on Kickstarter, I expect to never play it, right? Like I am doing that because I would like to see those developers get to make a game. Like I backed Starmancer. That game's not very good right now. It's a fact. But I still would like to see that game get finished. I would like to see those guys work on games and make games. I backed King Under the Mountain because I would like to see that game get made into something cool. Trying to think of other games that I've kickstarted, because I've kickstarted a few. Actually, I kickstart records pretty frequently now. I think I've kickstarted more like album pressings on vinyl than I have video games in the last 5 years. But like, I mean, I've been burned on a few Kickstarters, and that's fine. I mean, those people want to live their dream, and I think it's perfectly acceptable to let somebody live their dream, even if it's giving them $50 on Kickstarter. But not everybody can do that, and that's totally fine. No, I mean, like, the full game doesn't have much. The full game has more than the demo, but also, it's a demo for an alpha. So, like, I'm shocked they have a demo. But unfortunately, in order to actually get interest, in order to get interest in your game these days, you have to have a demo. Was that pump a powered stack? This one is powered, but this one is just pumping water. My other one's also going to be powered. Also, I can turn this off now, but yeah, this one's powered. And it's pumping water into here, which is my drowning trap. Cool. We're still melting all metal objects. We're also making coal. Tangle Deep? That seems to be like a pretty good bet, Tangle Deep. Because that game came out good too. Yes, but not every demo is going to be like that, right? Like, not every demo is going to be a grindy crafting game, right? Grindy crafting games lend themselves very well to that style of thing. Colony builders, not so much. So, I don't think that that's necessarily a fair comparison. Hey, Disco, what's up? Like, I have zero interest in Apico. Not because I think that that game looks bad. It looks fine. But it looks like a very grindy crafting game, which is quite literally my least favorite genre of video games. Sure, but like, it's that kind of game, right? Whereas a colony builder that has the early game systems implemented, none of the foes or enemies or animal AI implemented with a demo, is going to have less gameplay than a crafting game that's coming out soon. So if you're judging a game based on a very early demo like that, that's just bloody unfair. So also considering it's a game that the dev's been working on during evenings and weekends and had a publisher, and then the publisher dropped them. Yeah, I think that just fucking give the dude some slack and let him actually make his game. It read like judging, so just commenting. Not even like trying to defend the game in particular, it's more just like, that's kind of mean. Water wheel. Windmills are too open to the elements. It's powered by this. Here, I can show you. This is super overkill because I'm going to use the same power setup to... Also, actually, I need to go in here and chop down these trees. But it's it's powered by these water wheels because I need quite a lot of power, or I'm going to need quite a lot of power. I'm also going to need to upgrade this. A billion. King Under the Mountain is being talked about. Apico is being talked about. What other games are being talked about? Oh yeah, there's also that too. Currency translations are rough. But yeah, this is what's powering this. I'm just gonna start taming that Hydra. Still don't know what to do with it though. To look into them. Go watch the, I think, third VOD from this series on my YouTube channel. Part 3 of Reigns of Terror. I think that's the one where I built the pump stack. They're super easy to do. Lava's trickier because you need to be picky about materials, but water's easy. Yeah, I can't remember exactly which one I built because it was the one where I built this, right? And I can't remember which VOD I hooked up the pumps, but it was like the second or third one. Maybe even the fourth one. It's not blood, it's mud. Blood is a lighter color. It's muddy dirt from getting flooded with water. There probably is some blood in there, but it's mostly dirt. But, yeah, no problem, Medicated. Glad that they're helpful. You know, it's kind of funny, like, there's very much two camps of people who watch my YouTube channel, or there's very much two camps of people who are around my YouTube channel. There's the people who watch literally every video I put out, or a large portion of them, and love the fact that they're uncut, and then there's people that are like, edit, please, and then they cry really loudly and downvote my videos. I don't have time to do the editing, so I'm just happy people watch the VODs. I try. I don't always do a good job of explaining things. But I try. Yeah, I'm looking back through my VODs right now. I think it was part 4 that I built the pump stack, I think. So check part 4 of Reign of Terrors. Reign of Terrors is what it is. It's my October-September fort, which will be done on Halloween. I would hook up just a single pump to a water wheel and just dump some water on the ground. You'll be fine. Yeah, and the only reason people ask me to do editing and for the people who ask me to do editing, it's just like realize that I stream 8 to 10 hours a day. Like I streamed 11 hours yesterday, almost 12 hours yesterday, and 10 and a half the day before, or 10 and a half on Thursday, 11 on Wednesday, and then I think it was 9 and a half the day before that. It's like I've basically been streaming like 10, 11-hour days. It's like, I don't need to do that much overtime. It's not worth it. You know what's hilarious, audio? Is I've streamed more DF than I streamed Planet Coaster. Tenfold at this point. Maybe not tenfold, but threefold at the very least. I started streaming DF about a year and a half before I started Long Death. I do for the interviews and the updates and the news videos, not for anything else. You know, I put a lot of effort and time into editing those videos, and not enough people watch them. It's a crime how few people watch my interviews. Are you on the app or on the website? Does Twitch really go to full screen if you double click it? Huh, no shit. I just learned something. I have no idea. No, I have no idea. I mean, there might be like some way of disabling it, but... All right, let's go. Let's try and hit something a little bigger. So this is the Dark Goblin Fortress of Controlled Scourge. This is the Artificial Midnight and the Impervious Cruelties. They have a lot of stuff, and we're at war with them. I'm going to send my 2 ace squads, and we're just going to do a little raid. See if they can sneak in and out of there. It's sort of your own fault, but you want to fix it on the video players then? Yeah, I don't know. I've never double-clicked the screen before. For some reason, I figured it would pause it, but it didn't. Ironically, there is a Russian YouTuber who's been making who made a video on impulse ramps that I'm told is incredible. The issue is, I don't speak Russian, so it's useless to me. And it was funny because like that video came out like, because like I sort of know how to do impulse ramps, but like in theory I've never actually tried. I've made cannons, but I didn't use impulse ramps, so it's like I just like spun it in circles until it got going real fast. So to me it's like kind of frustrating because it's like there's this really good tutorial out now on impulse ramps, but it's in Russian. It's like fuck. Oh well. You don't know what to do with them? Give them a job. Give them a pickaxe. The thing that you need to know about necromancers is they're exactly the same as regular dwarves, if assuming it's a dwarf, except it just has weird hobbies and interests. So let him have his weird hobbies and interests. Oh shit! Someone's pet starved to death. Well, let's just slaughter everything that isn't a pet because couldn't be asked. Not the guinea cock, though. That needs to stay up there. But yeah, no, they're exactly the same as regular dwarves. They just have weird hobbies. Just not practical knowledge. Yeah, no, I understand that. That's pretty common. Drag it down. Oh, something starved to death. Let's kill the rest of them. The Forgotten Beast, Mundil Vakarosith, has come. A towering, beakless kestrel. It has a knobby shell and it appears to be emaciated. Oh, fuck. Beware its webs. Well, that sucks. Wait, where is it? Oh, this is the lower level. Which means it shouldn't have access to my fortress? That sucks, man. Kestrels? Fucking hate kestrels. Lacking a beak? No, it's the webs that's scary. Yeah, I don't think it has access to my fort right now. But we have to keep note of that. That would be a fun one to release, though. So, gotta keep note of that. Yeah, I don't have any access to this cavern lair. Or shouldn't. Keyword is yeah, I don't. So unless there's like some sort of tunnel going between layers that I don't know about, which there I think is actually right here. Although I want to say that that doesn't go all the way up to this layer. So my dwarves haven't run down there. So something must be blocking it. Whatever. Just not going to worry about it. That's my strategy. Just don't worry about it. Shortcut Buzz? Is that a web? I guess that must be a website. Oh, I see why. I was like, why is that all not getting constructed? It's because this lever's been pulled. I mean, that's just, I guess, like, it goes back to the old internet saying of there's a website for everything, Were-panda. Kind of what that is. It's like, oh, well, I guess, yeah, I guess there's a website for everything. There just must be. If it exists, there's a website for it. Maybe 4 even. It's just like all of those old cheat code websites that used to exist and now no longer do. Really wish it wasn't underneath a tree. I also wish it couldn't fly. All right. Those are getting worked on, which is good to see. Way too many metal object jobs. You had to download a program that generated a key and many viruses on your computer. What, you mean like to torrent games or something? What? What do you mean by generate a key? It's been a long time since I've actually had like a legitimate virus on my computer. It's been a very long time. To the point where, like, I forget that that's a thing that happens. Oh, those websites with cheat codes? Oh, well, I mean, that's why you go to websites to just tell you the cheat codes instead of, like, trainer websites that give you trainers to modify the game to cheat in games that don't have cheat codes. So you're just going to the wrong website is the actual issue. I found your problem. I sometimes wonder if any of those cheat codes websites still exist. Like cheatworld.com was one I used to go to all the time. There's also that one that was owned and operated by, I want to say GameSpot. Do you remember those trainers that would modify your games that also played obnoxiously loud music for some reason? Used GameFAQs? GameFAQs would give you that, yeah. And also safely. Yeah, thing I gotta smash. By thing I mean a shit ton of bodies. Because there's a couple bodies here. Just a couple. Also a lizard. Anyone want to come pull the lever, Crunk? Well, today's been interesting, at the very least. Looks like the lizard survived. Let me at the lever. Noted. Wonder how that raid's going. It is the Errors in the Fortress. Is this a book about all the oopsies? Written portion consists of a 68-page guide entitled Errors in the Fortress, authored by Osta, Growled Monsters. It concerns the Fortress of Dreadful Threat. The writing is as vicious as it can be, yet drives forward relentlessly. The prose is great. Sounds like a thriller novel. It's actually a book about that one time that Eurist hooked up a lever to a waterfall and then pulled it when he wasn't supposed to. Yeah, this vampire's gonna be like completely insane by the time he's let out. That looks dirty. I don't think you intended it to look dirty, Cooler, but that looks really dirty. It was nostalgic. I've looked up the music for a lot of key gens on YouTube before, so yeah, I feel that. I definitely feel that. Some pretty good chiptunes. You know, it's kind of funny. I was talking with a friend of mine on voice chat the other day, and they asked if there was any music that I still listen to that I discovered via accidentally downloading it on LimeWire. Like a third of the music I listen to still from back in those days is stuff that I downloaded accidentally on LimeWire. It's like music that I didn't intend to steal, but coincidentally stole. I don't know if any of you guys have music like that, but there's quite a lot of music in my music library that I listened to back in the day that I'm concerned about something all of a sudden. Oh, that one I used platinum, right? That one used orthoclase. So this is the one that I need to pump manually. I need to see what happens if I pump this one. But before I do that, I'm going to build a wall piece right here. Because I need to pump this one to see if this one explodes. Because even though according to this stone listing, orthoclase is supposedly lava safe, I still don't trust it. Yeah, it's supposedly lava safe, but I still don't trust it. So I need to know. Accidental crime, as if you've never committed an accidental crimes. See you next stream. Cheers. Be on Tuesday. I will be not playing Dwarfs, though. I will be playing Infra Arcana, the Patreon voted game. Reacher's fighting with a giant rat. Rip the giant rat. Probably not that you would remember. I just think it's funny that, like, sharing music legally or illegally is a really good way of discovering music. All right. Oh no, the vampire's throwing a tantrum and hasn't even been left out of prison yet. Oh, my Baron wants a nickel bed in their dining room. Cool. You're not going to get that, so. And you want to listen to them elsewhere? Most game soundtracks these days can be purchased directly from the artists on Bandcamp. So, I don't know. If you have the funds lying around, I would recommend trying to purchase them directly from the artist if you get the opportunity. But in the late autumn of 564, the Rag of Sun slipped into the controlled scourge undetected by the artificial midnight of the impervious cruelties. And then we stole a bunch of stuff. Excellent, 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 excellent. I mean, I own a bunch of video game soundtrack physically on record because it lets me stream records at the start of my streams. The first hour and a half usually of my stream is me just sitting in the directory listening to music. And so because of that, I own like 35 soundtracks like on vinyl record. So. Man. Crimes being committed left and right. Dwarves just going to prison because I didn't complete a thing because I wasn't paying attention to what my mayor wanted. It was busy, all right? There was a Hydra, there was a siege. There's a lot of stuff going on, all right? I also don't really care because this fortress is going to fall into chaos inevitably anyway. And a Hydra has reverted to its wild state. Well, that is fine. It's still in a cage, so. I hope you don't mind being in prison. You don't seem to mind too much. This dwarf actively likes being in prison, so that's a good thing. At least somebody's happy with their lives. You're humiliated. Well, that's not good. I mean, you are a peasant, so it's understandable. Did I order the Hydra to be slaughtered? I thought I didn't. Oh, no, I didn't. I did. I unordered it being slaughtered now. I have like this memory of making a note when I selected it to deselect it. But I did deselect it. Or I didn't deselect it. But I did now. So thanks for reminding me. Right, who's going to go operate that pump? There you go. My guinea pig. Wait, what's one way to make an entrance? Well, turns out it is indeed lava safe. Cool, so we safe now. So now I just gotta start walling these off as they get completed. Still need to figure out what to do with that Hydra, though. Maybe I'll build a zoo, like, down here or something. That could be kind of fun. Just have, like, a door running, like, to our little room, like, over here or something. Just fill it up with rare, mythical creatures. It looked like I was coming up from the floor. Oh, yeah, okay. Why do you always do this, dwarves? You got one job, and it's don't get yourself stuck. You always get yourselves fucking stuck. You too. Oh boy. Excellent. Unimpressed. I mean, most people do forget, because I feel like you probably don't see me sit or stand at my desk most streams, right? So it's kind of understandable. Let's see if we lock a dwarf behind this one too. Not only do I have a sit-standing desk, but I have a fully automatic sit-standing desk. And let me tell you, it's far and away the best business investment I've ever made. Like, god damn it. I recommend it to anybody who works from home. Anybody who works from home, get yourself a sit-stand desk. It is the greatest thing in the world. It's nothing better than just being able to stand up by simply pushing a button. Ah, but then Dwarf Fortress would have to be an interesting game, which in many ways it isn't. Okay, why do you insist on standing there? I do have another way of doing this after you get out of there. If you refuse to stand there again, yeah, okay. Man. I'm annoyed. That's all I really have to say is I'm annoyed. But you forget one cable and it's not long enough to snap? I mean, I'm intelligent, not careless, so no, never happened. Probably never will happen. One would have to be pretty careless to do that. But yeah, I've had this sit-stand desks for 4 years now, and that hasn't happened once. So I don't intend to start anytime soon. Child has been possessed. Where are you heading, child? Craft store shop, I think? Yep. It's always the craft store shop. I just use the basic and generate until I find one with cool land masses that I like. I've done advanced params, know how to do them. I just usually just don't bother. And that's generally my answer for a lot of things. It's like there's a lot of fancy stuff that you can do in Dwarf Fortress, but most of that stuff I'm too lazy. To be completely honest. Like a lot of the real fancy things you can do in DF, it's like I just kind of don't. Because they all are just time-consuming and fiddly in a lot of cases. I've had people generate worlds using advanced parameters for me before. Fine, usually when I mess around with the advanced stuff, I usually end up just crashing the game. It's like, you know, people say that my forts are really cool looking and I'm very good at this game. There's gaps in my knowledge, right? And advanced parameters is one of those. Yeah. For sure. There's just too much. I mean, it's another one of those things that, like, I kind of hope I will be able to get into a bit more once the Steam version's out, right? Not all. It's the same for most, though. There's certainly, like, a lot of people who have a majority amount of knowledge. You're going to stand where I don't want you to stand, aren't you? Is when you want to make giant open caverns. Yeah, no, that makes sense. And of course, you trapped yourself because you're a dwarf. Although you brought a pickaxe. So that's nice of you. I have a feeling they just don't want to stand on the stairs. Let's try doing it this way. Although this one isn't finished, I don't think. Yeah, no, I should probably wait until they're done before I go doing this anyway. The number of people I've explained that there's a moon, because like, so for those of you who don't know, there's a moon in Dwarf Fortress up in the top right. It's right next to idlers above your Z levels. It's a little, it says whether or not the moon is full or not. It's a very good indicator of when were creatures can attack, right? The number of people that I had to explain why the moon is there when the Steam update came out that showed the new moon, the number of times I had to explain why there was a moon there to people who've played Dwarf Fortress for like decades, I still to this day think is kind of incredible. Like it was literally like dozens of people were shocked. I was like, why is there a giant moon in the UI? It's like, well, you see, it's kind of important. Yeah, I mean, right now there's no moon. You played this forever? Yeah, no, I mean, that's what the moon is there for. It tells you when were creatures could theoretically attack. Gypsum gizzard stones, orthoclase blocks, 2 lead bars, rough black pyrope, stray alpaca bone, billy goat bone, and kumquat wood. Don't just trigger based on RNG, based on how well the player is doing? Also, the number of people I've had to explain that Dwarf Fortress doesn't work the way RimWorld does on a timer where events happen, and it's just like, no, it's just because the creature was roaming and happened to show up. Or because you had enough value and it decided that you were worth stealing shit from. Alright, you know what? Just for safety's sake, I'm just gonna lock this vampire in here. We'll figure out what to do with you after. This is kind of rough prison sentences on these dwarves. They're not too bad. It's not too bad at all. They'll be okay. All right, let's go raid these guys again. Go steal more stuff from them. Considering the last time we got in and out, no problem. How many books do I have in the library now? 86. None of them are secret fun books yet. Although I haven't actually raided a tower yet, so it's not too surprising. For about... Chad, how many years have raids been in Dwarf Fortress? It's been a while. It's like 2016? 17? It's been a while. Oh, absolutely, Saspot. Absolutely, it's a good indicator of the game's Sas shortfalls. In fact, I'm pretty sure you've been here before when I've raided people. You don't actually watch the fights, though, which is why you might not be super aware of it. They just kind of leave the map, and then you get the battle reports when they come back. They tell you how they did. There we go. We're forging enormous corkscrews again. Which is good. Yeah, I mean, you hit C, you select a site that you would like to raid, you press R, and you press enter, and then you assign the squad that you want to go raid that spot. And then they leave the map, and then they come back with stuff. There's a ways to send problematic dwarves away. Why don't you just expel them? The dwarven child, Wrath, has created Eb Mal Shebeth, a kumquat wood ring, and claims it as a family heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Lycott Craftstote. Wants to toke some crafts, that's for sure. It's worth 36,000 Zatal. Glintwinkle. This is a kumquat wood ring. Oh, craft starship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular orthoclase cabochons and studded with lead, decorated with alpaca bone, and encircled with bands of round gypsum cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of kumquat wood and black pyrope. On the item is an image of a wordy fat, the keeper of steel, the adamantine helm in goat bone. On the item is an image of Stotzu, black tranced, the goblin Kamba Stoodhail, the beginning of nighting, the Hydra. Okay, so Stotzu Blackenstrance, the goblin, and Kamba Stoodhail, the beginning of nighting, the Hydra, in lead. Stotzu is cringing. Kamba, the Hydra, is striking a menacing pose. The artwork relates to the tearing off of the goblin Stotzu's first toe by the on his left foot by the Hydra Kamba Stoodhail at the beginning of nighting in the mid-spring of 212. During the rampage of the Hydra, Kamba Stoodhail, the beginning of nighting in Witch Twists. Sounds like Twitch chat, Cappy. Is that my Hydra? No. It's a fancy ring. We're just gonna let it sit there. I'm not particularly worried about that ring. Chat, I have a serious question. Are Hydras hydraulic? I had to say that out loud because it popped into my brain. We're raiding Nightmare requested? Is that really the name of it?
Ooh, you suck.
And if you want to make those sounds and like Cooler did, then that's the Patreon thing. Mind blown. I mean, spiders are hydraulic. How's the booze? What are we drinking? I don't think much of interest, to be honest. We are drinking rice beer, strawberry wine, dwarven wine, and we have one thing of dwarven ale. So, not particularly interesting. Although, because stuff started growing up on the surface again, at least on half of the map, maybe I could do this and we can get some more variety of alcohol. Goodbye, dwarves. Going out to raid. Well, rice wine is delicious, so I don't know why rice beer can't be. This dwarf must be really weak. Because holy shit, you're moving slowly. Well, the other squad is returned. Oh, nope, never mind. These guys returned from the very close one that I did as an example. They attacked, and the defenders were led by the Goblin Studib. The Goblin Studib outmatched us and with a clanning plan, and they had a strong positional disadvantage. And, well, everybody got imprisoned. Well, not everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6 dwarves got imprisoned, including Beast, the Fearful, and Urvad, Toothpests. Well, time to go get them. So I need my other squad to come back successfully. Beware the seeds and pits, though. I'm not too worried about FPS drains on this fort. Also, it's not too hard to just sell them. And if you keep them in bags, it's not too big of a deal. There's other things in this fortress, and I'm significantly more concerned about them being FPS drains than seeds. Also, as long as you allow them for cooking, it's not so bad. I mean, I need to do that in Long Death again. I need to sell them all. I mean, right now, we have a... when all my soldiers are here and not out raiding, I have 142 dwarves. And all seeds to be cookable. You can dump them. You can also sell them. I usually just sell them. Dwarves are going to swarm in there now. Fair Profane, the easy way. Cursing fairly. I know Fair Profane is probably the name of a fort, but in my mind, Fair Profane, the easy way, is being fair while also profane, the easy way. It's kind of great. I actually really like it. That's a funny name for a book. It's a good goddamn name for a book. Stack up 2 on too much plants and run out of seeds. Oh, fair enough. I can't remember the last time I ran out of seeds in Long Death. I think it was when I accidentally sold all of my pigtails. But, eh. So we're going to need to go here and get those prisoners back. I think what we're going to do is just all-out attack them with my main squad and try to free prisoners. That's what we're going to do. All-out attack them. Yeah, I don't really care if this fort ends in FPS death or anything. I'm not too worried about being particularly conservative with such things. My main concern for this fort is I want to achieve my goal, which is making almost everybody either a Necromancer or undead in some format. That is my goal. So if we can pull that off, I will be happy. Just hoping that gives us more variety in the alcohol. Brewed 200 alcohol from plants. Could send the dwarves out to gather fruit, but... Something else I want to check. Melt those down too. You get Necromancers. The real trick isn't getting a fort of Necromancers. The real trick is getting a fort of Liches. Yeah, soju is rice beer, isn't it? Although soju is like way higher alcohol content than most beer. So this is the all-out attack. Hope that you went well. Oh, we snuck in and they didn't even notice. Cool. So I'll give them a minute to come back. Then we're going to send everybody an attempt to raise that fort that has prisoners at it that are prisoners because I accidentally, or didn't accidentally, I attacked somebody as a demonstration and then sent a squad that wasn't as good. Which, quite frankly, is a big whoopsie. But we are going to attempt to raise. I don't need to loot other items. I'll steal livestock if it's available, but we mostly just want to release prisoners. So good luck there, dwarves. But yeah, to make a fort of necromancers, you get a book, a very special book. And then you need the dwarves to read the book. Then they read the book and then you get necromancers. But that's the goal for this fort, which is why it very inconspicuously looks like a tower. It's because I want to make a necromancer tower, which currently goes up to here. But I would like to make more tower-y. Tower-ish? Tower-like? Give it more of a tower feel. Town before and after. I mean, currently, yeah, it only goes up to here. But I am currently working on other things, so... yeah, I don't really want to be building stuff out of that right now. Also, something I gotta check. I really need a dwarf that just does architecture, so I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to go grab one of my peasants. You currently have a few jobs. You're now my full-time architect. But yeah, no, the actual trick isn't making a fort of necromancers. The trick is making a fort of liches, which aren't an official thing in the game. But if you take a necromancer and you kill them, and then you raise them from the dead, they continue to be a necromancer. So if you have a necromancer that becomes... it's fine. What was your name? Urist. That's very generic. So if you resurrect a undead necromancer, if you make an undead necromancer, they are then all of the positives of being a necromancer minus the negatives of being a necromancer. So the negatives of necromancer is they tend to kind of go crazy because especially if they're dwarves, they still want to drink alcohol, but necromancers don't eat or drink. There are finicky ways of forcing them to eat and drink. But in general, they will not do it by themselves. But if they are intelligent undead and still a necromancer, then they can simply be impervious to the effects of all stress. No, they can't raise themselves. You need another necromancer to res them. So you need like 3 necromancers basically to make it work consistently. But yeah, you can res them as liches. And then they lose all of their emotions, and then they're just emotionless studying and resurrection machines. Yeah, they can raise each other. They can't raise themselves. So if a necromancer dies, they can't res themselves, but they can res other necromancers. I need to pour more coffee, because I am out of coffee. Which is I don't think I need to explain why, is a very like efficientness and helpful, asset to any necromancer's life, which is just the removal of the unnecessary weakness of brain. That would be impressive. That would be more broken than necromancers already are. Also, somebody on Reddit informed me that nose hairs are the most dangerous thing. Nose hairs are the most dangerous thing to have resurrected because they apparently are the only part of the dwarven body that can't be mangled. I don't know if this is true or if somebody just left that in a YouTube comment, but I really, really hope that that's true. Because my cup of coffee is empty and I would like more coffee. Why is this so... Why do I need to explain to you why I need it? I shouldn't need to explain everything I do. Because I like it and I need it. Which means theoretically nose hairs are invincible if they get rezzed. But I guess you would need someone to sever nose hairs off of somebody. It's been a while since I just watched The Tavern. These dwarves are generally pretty happy, though. You can hear the nose hair can walk around. Someone in the YouTube comments commented on an early VOD of Long Death. It was like VOD 13, I think, or something. Maybe it was even VOD 4. That said that the worst thing that can be resurrected in Dwarf Fortress is nose hair. I haven't done any fact checking of this, but because I was in that VOD, I talked about how the funniest thing that I'd ever seen resurrected was a human neck. So there was just a neck, like, I guess, inchworming its way into my fortress, which to this day, I still think is the funniest fucking thing. Like, that is just ridiculously funny. That a neck was just like, its way into my fort. Very funny. I love it. Neck rolls in. Yeah! Nose hair attack. Nose hair attack sounds like... Actually, isn't there a manga about that? Where, like, a dude fights with his nose hair? Isn't that Boba Boba Bobo? I'm pretty sure I've read that manga. Anyway. Something I haven't said enough today is thank you very much, everybody, by the way. Just for tuning in and hanging out. Why is there a dead beak dog in that bedroom? Why is there a dead named beak dog in that bedroom? It's probably unable to be hauled because of where it is. There's already plenty of random Rule 34. You don't need more of it. Stream's pretty good. I need to get food soonish. Next stream I will have the dog again because because my mom is not able to take care of the dog currently, so I will have the dog until Thursday, I guess. At which point hopefully they'll come get her because I've got plans for Friday, so I can't have her on Friday because I will be out of the house most of the day, and the dog will have panic attacks in my house if I leave her alone. So there's that. Aside from that, that's about it. It's just playing Reigns of Terror. It's been fun. It's been kind of chill. Also, Disco, thanks for the host, by the way. I totally missed that an hour ago when you dropped that, but I just looked over and I saw your name on my events list. I was like, oh, you hosted. Whoops. I'm sorry, what? Your family's getting a dog and you're not stoked about it kind of deal? I mean, dogs are nice. I kind I like living with a dog if there's other people to help take care of it. But after temporarily taking care of my parents' dog, I don't personally think that I could do that myself. This dwarf, you missing a leg or something? Why are you so slow? He's slow to heal, flimsy, and very weak. I figured out why you take so long to get out there. It's because you're slow, very flimsy, and weak. That'd be why. I need this dwarf to leave the map before the fight can actually happen. He might break and start loving it. What kind of dog? Vampire's gone insane before his prison sentence was up. Checking. Gotcha. But seriously, thank you so much to everybody who's tuning in, hanging out, and chatting, or even just watching, or lurking, or doing whatever you're doing. Because I get to do this for a living because people watch the stream and hang out and subscribe and share the stream and tell friends about the stream. And if you guys didn't do that, I wouldn't be able to do this for a living because there'd be nobody here. So thank you so much to those of you who tune in and watch this channel. There's very few people who are in the fortunate position of getting to do this job. So thank you for letting me do this job. Cheers, chat. And just like that, you've left. All right, well, fingers crossed we raise it and we get our prisoners back. All right. Really? Scorpion Leaf outmatched us again? Oh no. Sloan the Defender was struck down. But we only lost one of the duels so far. Ooh, we lost Unib. It would be a purebred bread? What's wrong with purebreds? They're just expensive. It's my issue with purebreds. "23 trolls. They must just have a lot of trolls. There's a lot of escaped unscathed, but we lost some dwarves. But we lost a few dwarves. Well, do they still have the prisoners? They do still have the prisoners. Which is funny, because I saw the prisoners fighting in the prisoners in the list on that one. Maltese? Damn. They're still pretty decked out. Alright, well, I gotta rebuild the military a bit then. Yeah, I mean, I guess for me, like, if I were to get a dog, it would be an adopted dog. But I don't think I will. I was kind of thinking about it for a bit there, but for me, it's not quite worth losing my full flexibility to be able to just go and do whatever I want. Like, one of the benefits of being able to live alone is being able to stay up until 4 o'clock in the morning and then make a milkshake at 5 o'clock in the morning and then go to bed at 6. But if you have a dog, then you have to take them out for a walk and stuff. So suddenly it's like a lot of your freedoms kind of go away. And living alone has a lot of negatives. And I'm well aware of all of the negatives because I do it. but you get a lot of benefits. Plus, I'm in like this amazing position of just being able to temporarily take care of a dog whenever my parents need it, so there's also that. All right, I'm gonna try raiding you guys again, but we're only going to send the stockades of learning, of yearning, yawning, the stockades of yawning. Well, nah, we'll just send the braided lancers. These guys. They're my best squad. Yeah, no, having a dog around is nice sometimes. Certainly can be nice sometimes. So we're sending these guys back out to hopefully sneak in and get prisoners. This is all my own fault for sending out a not great squad to just go raid a random close site to explain how raiding works. Oh well. It's really like, you know, my own fault, so I don't care too much. It just kind of sucks. I mean, as somebody who's pointed a camera directly at the dog that I take care of sometimes, Diamond, view count didn't change at all. So my hands-on experience with that, I don't think is necessarily correct. In fact, I used to live in an apartment with 2 cats, and I don't have 7 million followers, so the cat theory also isn't totally accurate. I mean, I appreciate the theories, but it's just a theory. It's not actual facts. Oh, I took lots of vids of the cats back when I had cats. And I posted them on the internet, too. And shared them on places. There's a really good video. They're all unlisted or private now because my ex moved out, so they're not my cats anymore. So I don't really want people to see those videos now. They have returned. Let's see how they did. Okay, so we freed a dwarf. We freed Fearful, which is good. So we just freed the 1 prisoner? Nope, I think we freed all of them. Still lost the dwarves that got injured. But we also get our dwarves back. And there you go. So for all the ones that come back that don't have squad now, I just have to give them a squad. Yeah, Bumrick the Brave was another one who got kidnapped. Hydra's gone back to being wild. But yeah, we got them all back. Which I think is pretty grand. Pretty fucking grand. So a bunch of my dwarves went and got imprisoned, and we've got them all back now. Which is just lovely to see. It's also good to see that they got their weapons back, too, from the looks of things. It's unfortunate that we had to sustain permanent losses in the attempted rescues, but the fact that they all made it back is great. I'm going to do something creative. I'm going to pray. You never become angry. Join the military. Need to do some recruiting. Unfortunately. Practice a craft. Dream of mastering a skill. Go master a skill. Which means I also need to let my military train for a bit. Slow to trust others, curious, lustful. You'll be fine. Whoop, and that's on my level. Poisonous bite. Forgotten beast named Pabos Umosu has come. A great scaly leech. It has thin wings of stretched skin and it belches and croaks. Its eggplant scales are oval and close set. Beware, it's poisonous bite. I'm not too worried about that one, so I'm just going to station all the squads right there, right now. Hopefully they get here in a reasonable amount of time, because that leech is going to be here in a very quick period of time, I think. I don't know about cheese making. I've never tried it, but I've heard people pose the theory in a few places, so I don't know if the science has been done, but here comes the leech. Son of a leech! This is where you boo me again. Do people still watch Game Theory, by the way? Or is that channel dead? Ooh, it's dead. That was quick. The Forgotten Beast. The Hammer Dwarf bashes the Forgotten Beast in the head with his silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and bruising the brain. Only after winning a board, after being in a... Ah, you want to practice martial art? Well, how good. We have a solution for you wanting to practice a martial art, and that's giving you a martial art to practice. It's always in love with somebody. Are you really? You don't have any lovers, so I think that that is inaccurate. Go find a lover in the military. Let's build a butcher shop and get this critter butchered. Still going fine? Yep, the game theorists. I have multiple mutual friends with the game theorists. And not many people like them very much anymore. They have a tendency of using people as stepping stones. Oh, are they like partnered with whatever that company is that is owned by Disney? That is so many soldiers, Jesus. It felt content after eating a wonderful dish of plump helmets, it looks like. Yeah, you wouldn't like the military very much, Dwarf. Enlighten you? I mean, I'm not here to spread drama, so I'd rather not. In this industry, or any industry that's popularity based, you're going to run into opportunists, and you're going to run into a lot of opportunists, and you're also going to run into a lot of people who don't care so much, or who they hurt, or who they step on. They just care about growing and being bigger. And the founder of that channel is one of those people. I have encountered a number of them in my years of doing this. And they are generally difficult people to deal with. The thing that I might do after I'm done with this pump stack is I might make a clone of this pump, or a redirect for this pump stack, and use it to burn zombified enemies that walk into the murder tunnel. Or maybe just swap the murder tunnel from water to lava, just, you know, for efficiency's sake. Also, chat investments are open. I need more corkscrews. Although we have made some pretty good progress today. Not so much on the overall construction side of things, but... Alright, that's all we can do for right now. Hey, Peter. How are you? I hope you have been well. Hope that your weekend's been eventful-ish. Long day? I getcha. Out and about all day? Moved a friend? Oh boy. Yeah, no, moving always... I haven't moved that many times in my life, admittedly, but every time I've moved, it's taken longer than we initially planned. Every single time. You want to practice martial art? All right. Get into the military. How about you? How do you handle stress? You should be fine. Fish-free worker, dreams of mastering his skills, low sense of self-esteem. You know what fixes self-esteem? Being in the military. Did you get beer from it? Did you get beer as a reward? Well, I mean, having a friend and helping a friend move doesn't, in my opinion, you shouldn't have to charge said friend, but. Usually I feel like people are like, do you want to help me move? I'll give you pizza. That's usually what I get offered. You like the idea of military? Doesn't matter if you do or don't. Because now you are. You got nothing yet? Well, now you know what you do have. You have bargaining chip for if you ever need help moving, right? That I think should be enough. I mean, I once got portraits taken for an event that I had to go to, and I paid the photographer in a 6-pack of beer and a pint at the pub after the photos were done being taken. So that I mean, was an easy trade there. Hell of a lot cheaper than getting an actual photographer. And she was an actual photographer, so that was helpful. I'm gonna practice a craft. Just give me metal stuffs. Acquire something, be unable to pray. Clothing. I mean, you're a wood burner. Here, have architecture. Yeah, generally that should be enough. I am assuming moved from house to house, Diamond? It's usually how the English language works. These days, though, or in my life, though, the times that I've moved, it's always been, hey, Dad, you want to help me move? It's usually like the only person that helps because I have no friends. I mean, Peter definitely moved a body from one person's house into a different person's house. And put them in the walls and plastered it, right? I mean, made sure that they were nice and cozy for all eternity. Yeah, we need to let all my... Yes, congratulations. You just admitted a serious crime on my stream. How do you feel? Wait, no, you didn't actually do it. It's fine. Just don't worry about it. All right. I mean, Stoned Hobo, my moderator, moves all the time. Sometimes he's in the freezer box. Sometimes he's in the fridge box. Sometimes he's in the TV box. When you live in a box, it's very easy to, move hosts very quickly and efficiently. So this is my vampire, who still technically has another 37 days in their prison sentence. I plead insanity. I plead stupidity. Now please just give me the fun drugs and let me stay in a small white box for the rest of my life. I don't actually know if it's possible to plead stupidity, so... Once the perfectly legitimate use for that emote. This is the last one I got built right now. Also, I got to go down to here. Where it swaps. And I got to figure out how to connect this. So I can remove this. And I'm going to dig starting about here, down a layer, around to here. And to there. And then that, and this does not need to be filled up. The other side will, though. Doesn't even matter what material these are made out of. Define sane. That's the actual complicated question. Is define sane. I prefer to be outsane than insane, personally. Like, if I had to make a decision between one or the other, take outsane. Maybe unsane. Because Unsanity Live is good, dude. So you're done being built, actually. So I can build a wall right there. Upsane? Because you're an upsane girl? I don't know if anybody else suffers from spontaneous Billy Joel, but I certainly do. Uh-oh. And that was the moment that he realized that he fucked up. Badly. Very, very badly. Although I don't see that invited guest right now. But there's a web-spitting kestrel in this cavern that I didn't realize I was 1Z level above. So let's hope it doesn't notice. Or is already dead. If Billy Joel lasts longer than 4 hours, please consult a doctor. That much is for sure is certain. Oh Jesus, why did you deconstruct? What? Maybe I accidentally deconstructed you. Still don't see it. Maybe it's dead. Problem is I can't remember the name of it. Yeah, the problem is I actually really like Billy Joel, so I'd be okay if it lasted for longer than 4 hours. Even if it included me having to consult a doctor. Alright, well, I'm just going to cross my fingers and hope to cry. Hopefully nothing terrible happens. Zycrum, thanks for the raid. What were you playing today? I hope you've all behaved. Because if you don't, honey, I might have to smoke you out. More Gloomhaven? I hope it was gloomy. And I hope that you were having a good time. If you don't want to punch me yet, we can be friends. Otherwise, well, it was gloomy. Good. Good to hear. What's up, Keep a Fire? You better believe. Have you ever, just, like, raided Jess or something and gotten everybody timed out? For all of the jokes just because? Some people in the world, for some silly reason, are not, pun positive. This channel is very pun positive. We're a very pun forward channel. Jess puts you in the pungeon a lot. This is why I tell you, like, this is why you gotta watch me more, right? Like, my team's mates, they put you in the pungeon. We already are the pungeon. Like, this is the pungeon. So if my team puts you in the pungeon, just show up here and be like, boss, I was put in the pungeon again, and I'll be like, good for you, my young trainees. Now go out and do bad. Tell puns, do crimes, I think is the way that goes. Speak puns and enter. Penultimate show? That's a stretch. Is there a particular reason you canceled that? They taste like arse? Well, yeah, they're CBD gummies. This is, like, as somebody who smokes weed, takes CBD, and does all of that stuff, I don't understand the point of making them gummies. Like, to me, it's quite literally just, like, a trick to make people think that they're gonna taste good. They're not gonna taste good. So just get a fucking pill. Because you can get CBD pills. Or even better, get a CBD tincture, which is literally, like, just a little syringe thingy in a bottle, and just go, put a droplet under your tongue, put it back in, done. Just as effective, if not more effective than the gummies. You don't have to fucking have gummies. Blah. Hydra, what's up? Like, literally, like, and I was talking to some people about this recently. Like, the best, they in my experience, every CBD gummy I've ever had has tasted like ass. In my experience, the best format to have CBD, especially if you're just using it as a sleep aid, is the tincture. Just goes under your tongue. Literally, you just take it looks like a little tiny little medicine bottle with a little dripper. You take one driplet and go, just 1 milliliter. You heard CBT? I said THC and CBD pretty quickly in one sentence. Different things. Very different things. You kind of like it? Well, I mean, whatever floats your boat, man. Although I'm also diabetic, so extra sugar is like a bad, so To me, CBD gummies are a bit redundant. And a bit redundant is putting it mildly. It's like the last thing I want is actively adding more sugar to my diet. So I just use a vape. Just because it actually makes logical sense for me to do that. So just forbid all this until these bits and pieces are all done being used. Yep, type 1. This is why I joke about stabbing myself with needles all the time. Can't stand the texture? That's a you problem, not a me problem. I mean, I like literally the reason I use marijuana is because I need the THC. And the reason I need the THC is because I have night terrors, and THC stops REM sleep, which stops my night terrors. So when my night terrors get bad, I smoke a shit ton of weed, and then I don't have night terrors anymore. And it deals with that problem. So I don't get sleep paralysis, and I don't get night terrors when I've had THC, which is wonderful. But that being said, that does kind of suck if you don't like the texture of the oiled ones. Weed confirmed very anti-spooky medicine. Yeah. I don't like wake up and see ghosts and shit. Actually, usually I see like dogs. I see like giant wolves and shit when I have sleep paralysis. If I wake up from a sleep paralysis and there's something in front of me, it usually looks like a giant dog. I don't know if anybody here has ever had sleep paralysis, but like most ghost sightings I blame on sleep paralysis for people. Cutest ghost has joined the chat. The sleep paralysis got really bad again when my ex left. I actually, like, for a very long period of time, I was really good at dealing with it. Because my ex, like, I can, like, make sounds when I'm in sleep paralysis, and so it's enough that my ex would just wake me up. So that was nice. Like, she'd just kind of shake me and I'd latch out of it. But I don't have that anymore. So it's like, that and like, I mean, the sleep paralysis I can deal with because I know what it is. The first few times it happened scared the piss out of me. Started happening when I moved out. But it's not the sleep paralysis that scares me, it's the night terrors that scare me. Because you can hurt yourself. Bite your tongue and shit when you have night terrors. That and like, it's the only thing I've ever gotten a noise complaint for is me screaming. They were like, what happened? This was relatively recently too. This was only a couple months ago. Got an email from my landlord and they were just like, your neighbor, who coincidentally rents from my landlord as well, or from the same management company, sent in a heads up that a nickel weapon rack in tomb. That I can make. Like, literally was like, so your neighbor sent us an email informing us that they could hear you screaming. I'm like, apologies, that was night terrors. No, I love my landlord. She's lovely. She's not the owner. She's works for a management company who manages my unit, which is owned by a private investor. So she's lovely. She's extremely fast. I get everything I need the second I need it. I've literally never, like, on the rare occasion when something breaks or needs to be fixed, I literally just send them an email and it's fixed within 48 hours. Like, she is lovely. I will not say anything bad about my landlord. I am extremely fortunate to have a good landlord. So, no. I said it exactly the way I intended it, Zychron. You know, it's kind of funny. Like I've said this before, the only thing I probably would I probably would accept a permanent on-screen sponsorship for would be some format of CBD gummies. But like, there's so many large streamers in my region that people could sponsor. No one would sponsor me. It's like even if I reached out to local companies, like there's no reason for them to. If they were interested, they'd sponsor people with actual numbers. Probably could get into an affiliate program, but what the fuck's the point? I mean, frankly, these days, I'm happy that landlords exist. And you want to know why I'm happy that they exist? Because they haven't turned the apartment into an Airbnb. They're renting it, which is what should be done for with extra properties, instead of making it a temporary residence one weekend at a time for exorbitant prices. You know? And damaging the hotel industry while they're at it. So to me, I personally think it's the lesser of two evils. Bellinaire, thanks for the raid. We just had a tantrum. Who was that? Stood here. Where are you? I don't even see you. I'm totally okay with them starting to tantrum because I kind of want that to happen over time in this fort. It's part of the plan. It's part of the plan. Were you playing Avorion today? I actually didn't even get to check what you were doing today. Bell, what was Bell doing? For the king! Oh, multiplayer Sunday. Hope that shit went well. Hope it was fun. That's fair enough. But for me, like, at least in this region, I'm happy that landlords are landlords and not all just, you know, making B&Bs. For me, it's like the lesser of two evils. Also, if you guys don't know, Belliner, oh, thank you, Beeline. Belliner is part of my team, and he's a fantastic Finnish lad. You should go watch his streams. He plays a variety of interesting video games that you probably would like. And one day he'll stream DF again. One day. One day. I want to practice a martial art. Well, let's see if that helps. Zalasaur, what's up? What's up? What's up? These reports won't write themselves. They kind of do. Just don't tell your boss. Well, the good thing I don't know your boss then, so I can't tell your boss. Even if I want to. But, you know, with the amount of subs you've gifted in this channel in the past and the bits that you've cheered, I mean, I wouldn't tell your boss anyway. You've already bribed me enough that you're good. Like, let's be honest. You've bribed me more than enough. You're good. Ah, what of a coincidence. I am also mangled limp. That sounds bad. Sounds like that the writer of that book needs to go see a doctor. We'll see you when we see you, Arch. Cheers. Oh no. Stow deer. Just beat somebody. I wonder if a crime's gonna get reported. Cool, they already made that nickel thingy. So there's a yak in here? Let's yak it out of here. Where did I put... Oh, I know where I put your tomb. I had to like think about that for a second. I was like, where did I put your tomb? Here, you can have the other one as well. Has my vampire been let out? "12 days. But the last thing I need is a super depressed vampire in my fort, so probably just let you chill for a bit until we figure out what to do with you. Kill you, maybe resurrect you. We'll see. But Zelsar, how are we doing? How's your life been? How's Dwarf Fort been? Had anything exciting happen recently? Get out faster. Do you think Mangled Limp is the sequel book to Mangled Hard? You got sieged about 3 days before your caravan was due to arrive, and now you're dealing with a minor textile and wood shortage. Well, as long as it's only a minor textile and wood shortage. Up to 445 power. We are getting there. Trying to figure out what caused the game to suddenly get so laggy. Something's stuck somewhere. I'm trying to think where it could be stuck. Neil, what's up, man? How's things? No one is naked yet. Well, that's good. That is good to hear that no one is yet naked. Ooh. Yeah, something's causing the real lags to happen. It's not completely unplayable by any stretch, though. Something I'd like to do. Let's pull this lever. Just so sneaky critters don't sneak in that way. Oh, did we just get a bunch more prison sentences? Nope. Oh, I know probably what the problem is. And I also know an easy way to fix it. They're trying to let that vampire out. But they can't. So I'm gonna, you know, just sort that issue. Actually, you know what? Let's just board it up, actually. Let's board it up with logs. So it feels kind of like I'm actually boarding the walls up. Good to hear, Neil. Glad to hear that things are going well. Is there somebody in a tree? It kind of feels that way. Like, where's Kivish? Okay, well, you're in bed sleeping. You're picking up equipment. Also just going to remove you from the military because you're depressed. Because the lag started when I sent them off to go raid, so I'm assuming someone's stuck somewhere. This one's almost off the map. At least I think is almost off the map. Where are you? Okay, you are off the map. So we literally just need Kivish to get off the map. There's this guy down here. But I hope life's been good. Aside from the textile and wood shortages. At least those are shortages that can be sorted underground. I wonder if there's like a big siege going on somewhere. Or if the place that we're attacking is going to kill us. Which is why the game is lagging. Which is a definite possibility. Controlled Scourge. It's a pretty spot to go invade. Your magma pump stack up and running? Oh, good shit. Am I sure I don't have any dwarves stuck in trees? Like, this feels like a dwarf stuck in tree problem, but... I'm also not really seeing any dwarves stuck in trees. That doesn't mean there isn't one. Just means I haven't spotted one yet. Well, there's a dead eye over here. Yeah, I don't think there's anything stuck in the trees. So I guess it's just up to Kivish to leave the map, and we'll see if that improves things. I have no idea because I don't use DFhack. Anybody use DFhack? Know the command for digging circles? Yeah, I don't know. I don't use DFhack. Yeah, unfortunately, that's like the one thing that I'm really not helpful at all with is DFhack related questions because I don't know the answer most of the time. I just need these two dwarves to leave. The frame rate should fix itself. Should. Yeah, I don't know. I just dig circles. So I never look up the command because I just do it. So what are your plans for your Fort Zealosaur? If you need armor and lots of it. Sounds like you've got some sort of grand plan in the works. So you need to occupy the first cave later? I mean, yeah, if you're in tundra or ice, yeah, you have to, at the very least, occupy the first layer. Yep, frame rate got considerably better the second that he left, but it's still not better. It's better-ish. It's better-ish. It's that fun of trying to diagnose what exactly caused the frame rate to have an aneurysm. Also, you know what? We can just dig out the center square. Make things easier here. Did I lock a dwarf up down here somewhere? I wonder. Why did these get broken? Or canceled, at the very least. Maybe there was a dwarf standing on them? It's possible.
$45 months. Almost halfway to 100.
It's fucking ridiculous, man. Thank you very much for that Prime sub for the 45th month. And thank you so much for being the first notification money in 2 hours. Cheers. Thank you much, Von Roland, for that Prime subscription. Money that you're spending anyway. There's something weird going on with pathing in the fort right now, and I'm not quite sure what. But there's something weird going on. It's like there's water dumping into my fort or something. But there isn't. It's kind of odd. Don't like it. It is kind of odd. Yeah, I don't. It's gonna take us a while to get to 100. Even like the people who subbed on day one only have, I think it's 52 months. Yes, 52 months. I had to go check. So the people who subbed on day one, it's only 52 months. Which, I mean, I say only. It's 52 months. There we go. Frame rate fixed itself. I don't know what the fuck was going on. It's because I'm pumping water and just building up pressure. Is it possible for water pressure to break your frame rate eventually? Huh. Weird. Weird. That's kind of what it seems like happened. Cool. Someone died because it's the first of spring. Bunch of people are getting appointed to positions of fame. Good for them. Bunch of people who are not in my fortress. All right, you. Building all the way up as high as we can. Yeah, I'm trying to get a lava moat built. Which turns out takes a lot of fiddling. You're on day 3. This is... Well, I dug out the route for it yesterday, but that took like 10 minutes. Today is the first day of actual construction. So I guess technically we're on day 2. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, why is there water there? Oh, it's troll blood. And human blood. And mud. And water. Huh. Odd. I'm going to put a lever right there, which is going to shut all of this off, or turn it on. Okay, so why is there water there? No real logical reason. It must have just dribbled down from here. Oh, I know where. There's one spot that I missed up here. Why that wasn't completable. Also, frames got bad again. I don't know what it is, but there's rating control spot. Seems to be lagging me. Something's gotta be stuck somewhere, and I don't know what it is. Whatever. Is what it is. It'll sort itself out, I'm sure, when they come back. Because it started the second I sent them off, so... There's nobody else here that's still trying to leave, is there? Nope, they've all left, so. Some dwarf broke a leg. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Oh, it's you. That or maybe there's just too many people running up and down this stairway that was only one stairway wide. That might also be part of it. That may also be part of it. Kind of tempted to just mass suspend them. But eh. Have I trapped something somewhere? I know I keep saying that out loud, but it's like... Is there a cat in my fort? Oh. Is that what it is? Yep. Found the problem. Found the source of the lags. Or at least temporarily. But I think it's just congestion in that one stairwell. Eh, whatever. Also, if there's anything anybody wants to blab about in the chat, feel free. The more people talking, the more active the chat room is, the easier my job is, the more entertaining the stream will be. It's kind of like watching a call-in show with no call-ins. Eventually, the person running the call-in show just starts playing more songs that you don't want to hear instead of the call-ins. Except I don't have radio rights, so I can't do that. Blab? Blab yourself, Wild Sasquatch. I always feel like I'm saying Wild Sasquatch instead of Wild Sasspot. It just sounds like what I'm saying. You're not that hairy? I mean, I never said you were. It's just like a slip of the tongue at a point. It's not all over. I mean, I have long hair too. Also not a Sasquatch. You know, you want to know what I think would be hilarious and ironic? Is if we discovered Bigfoot, and Bigfoot actually exists, but Bigfoot had no hair. And like all of our iconography and imagery was wrong, but Bigfoot exists, Bigfoot's just bald. It's like we find the one bald Bigfoot. It's just like... I don't know. I feel like that would be funny and ironic. It's been a long week. Holy shit. I don't know if how many of you have been watching me actively this week, but good lord, I've streamed a lot this week. Like a lot. Getting a text might be my mom. Gotta check. Nope, it's my dad. That's my dad. My dad's taking me out for dinner tonight, apparently. Because, I mean, I mentioned this a couple times, but my mom's in hospital currently. Not COVID-related, not life-threatening, still stressful, though. So, my dad's taking me out for dinner, apparently. so still diagnosing this lag issue. Investments are open. I have a feeling... So sometimes when you send out raids, it just demolishes your frame rate until they get back. I know that... I've heard about that from multiple sources in the past, so I have a feeling that's the issue that I'm running into right now. But it basically just means that we just have to wait until they get back. Which kind of sucks, but... But because we're just kind of trying to diagnose these lag issues, I'm just going to quickly take this opportunity to stand up and go get myself a sandwich real quick. Because I should have done that 45 minutes ago. So hopefully nothing too horrible happens while I'm gone. And I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere unless you really want to. If you could invest your tickets, that'd be cool. If I could get a round of beers if you're lurking, that'd also be awesome. And if you happen to have access to sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat. If you want access to sound commands, they're $7 a month on the Patreon. Back in like 5 minutes. Oh my god, the frame rate suddenly improved right when I sat down. What just happened? Oh, also hi, Twitch chips. Twitch ups. I'm going to have to end stream earlier than I'd planned, chat. Not just now, but I was planning on kind of going for another 3 hours. But I have to end earlier than that because I have to go see my dad. Family stuff. Still have some time left, but we'll have to end earlier than I was planning. Yeah, frame rate just fixed itself again. I'm convinced it's just because of the construction that I'm doing. And because I'm cramming them all into one stair. I'm like, now the game's not working out. It's because I'm tabbed out. Naturally, the game's not going to work super well if you're tabbed out. Yeah, well, apparently going and getting a sandwich is a surefire way to fix your frames. Hear that, chat? Whenever you're suffering from frame rate problems in Dwarf Fortress, go get a sandwich. Come back and frame rate better. Yeah, I gotta do what I gotta do. Although, like I was kind of rambling about earlier, I've streamed a lot this week, so I don't even feel bad. God damn it. So I don't even feel bad. Now, I have no idea what was going on there. Also, thank you very much, everybody, for the round of beers and for lurking. And good luck and good goddamn job, Bastet. I don't know when you started winning everything, but fucking congrats. The bot's taking a liking to you or something. Enchanted Martyr. Weed roast. But yeah, no, I mean, also Twitch up since you last saw, we also have a Hydra now. Haven't fully decided on what I'm gonna do with it. But we have that now, so that's cool. Oh shit, disorderly conduct. Who committed crime? Stodier, the planter. All right, Stodier planter, you go to prison. Yeah, don't know what to do with it yet, but we do indeed have a Hydra. So I'm kind of just hoping we get another Hydra. I think that would be optimal if we just get another Hydra. But, you know, we'd need a male Hydra. We won the breeding lottery halfway. Stodier the planter has been found dead. Well, seems like our you know, military captain of the guard got a little bit too enthusiastic with the hammer. I don't see this as a problem, though. This is fine. This is totally acceptable. You know, you just got a little bit too enthusiastic with the old whack-whack. Just means that someone's going to be sad because they lost a loved one. I see no problems here. We don't have a tantruming dwarf anymore. No problems. Hail Hydra? Oh, always hail Hydra. I should just try my best to tame the Hydra and then, like, leave it in a tower on a chain and use it to spot enemies incoming. That would actually be kind of awesome. I mean, right now I have a guinea cock up here. I should just put the Hydra up here, shouldn't I? That's what we're gonna do. I'm going to swap this guinea cock out for a Hydra. we're gonna do that because that's actually kind of awesome. That's gonna be the plan. Probably in my chat last week when I joked about taming a Hydra was the last time I heard it. Although I tend to say Hail Hydrate unironically when people tell me to hydrate. Hail Hydrate. So it's kind of a parody of Hail Hydra. All right, so we've got a trained Hydra. So up until now, I've been using a tame birdie up at the top of my fort in that watchtower as a way of spotting were creatures and unwanted guests and invaders before they get to the fort, right? But we are now swapping that out for simply a literal fucking Hydra up on the upstairs porch. That's, you know, tamed-ish. Please don't forget your training while being led. That might be bad. Yeah, it's a beer mug. What else do you think it was? Sheesh. All hail the red capital H. I feel like Hydra should be a green H. I know that they're not, and I know why they're not, but I feel like they should be because they're a lizard. Unless Hydras are red. What color are Hydras in Dwarf Fort? I never really thought about it. I'll bet you it's in the description. Hydra each will... It's a very cute watch pupper. Also, you know, likes pets and cupcakes and I don't know. You know, Stray Hydra has forgotten her training. Good thing you're still being led. Are you going to immediately decapitate my mayor? Oh, no, you just became semi-wild. That's fine. All right, well, the military came back. They were led by the Oh. The Rag of Suns attacked the Artificial Midnight at the Impervious Cruelties at Controlled Scourge. The Dwarf Mistum led the attack. The defenders were led by the Gecko Brute Demon Ithby Rumor Vault, the Abyss of Twilight. In the early spring of 565, the Gecko Brute outmatched us with a cunning plan. So we lost a bunch of dwarves. Well, we know who public enemy number uno is now. Not actually that many dwarves, though. Anyway, how's the mayor? That explains why there was so much lag. Mayor, you better not cancel this job, or you're going to leave a semi-wild Hydra in the fort. And that would be suboptimal. There you go. Now we have a semi-wild Hydra watch puppy. So shoutouts to the semi-wild Hydra watch puppy. Everybody's favorite watch puppy. Mayor. Definitely not a gremlin mayor. I should just name all of my mayors gremlins so that you so that you can finally like be halfway right. I like that we have a god with the subtitle of the contested pastime. It's just silly. It's still chained up, so we can freely retrain it. Because it's chained up. So anyway, there's a demon here. And they have 3 prisoners. That's fun. That's fun. Going to send 3 squads to go fight that. Like tomorrow we will. Lots and lots of raids. Lots and lots of raids. Also, we've been raided lots and lots of times. And we're at war with the humans. I'm not sure why. They just attacked me one day. I wasn't actually intentionally trying to go to war with the humans. No necromancers yet, though. Legless got killed by the Hydra, though, unfortunately. So rest in peace, Legless. I mean, you haven't really watched since the first episode, right? Twitch ups? Unless you've watched some of the offline ones, or you've lurked. Also, tantrums are kind of becoming a thing. So this troglodyte is, I'm sure that this troglodyte is fine, right? Right here? Yeah. Just fine. He's just vomiting while climbing along a very, very, very big cliff. Do you think he's scared of heights? I have a slight suspicion that this troglodyte might be afraid of heights. I also had a were creature charge in the entrance of the fort through here. And right about here, punch a dwarf off this. Intellectual stimulation, yes. Could not agree more. Unfortunately, somehow managed to bite him in midair after punching him. So, kicked him, he flew off the edge, and then bit him. And then he landed on the bottom, and he ran back up around to try and come into the fort, and got killed on the way, on the back end. So, but we were able to kill that goblin traitor, regardless. So I'd say massive success. Also, I totally forgot to start building these. Because I want to start training my dwarves in Catapult. It'll be a favorite dwarven pastime. I also don't even know if this is going to work. But I'm hoping it will. Milker. How do you feel about military? Fine, apparently. Although I don't really want to make you... Oh, well, too late. Pessimist. Bashful. Can be happy and optimistic. Not racist. Little wasteful. Doesn't mind stress. Join the military. How about you? Dreams of mastering a skill. Falls in love. Cravings and urges. Troubled by natural tendencies. Feels filled with joy. Finds something humorous. Is shameless. Joins the military. You have a title, the Sacred Helm. Want to practice a craft? 13 years old, eh? Dreams of raising a family. Seen you a couple times before, Dwarf. You go join the military. Be good for you. Dwarves are starting to get religious titles, which means there must be religions forming, which is always fun. I'm glad I can help make monotonous chores more bearable. Yeah, thus is going to join the military to go commit holy crimes for holy wars. Well, looks like the pump stack is getting worked on, which is good progress to see. We are definitely going to need to upgrade our power, though, for this thing. Are you my literally just... Yeah, you are the literally just does architecture dwarf. Oddler. Odd-deller. Almost old yeller. You can go assist. Or nepotism. I think in order to be really dedicated to a religion, you also have to be dedicated to some nepotism. Texting my dad. And speaking of nepotism, I'm texting my dad. Jokes aside, no, it's fine. It's a funny joke. I've got this scholar who I really, really like, who dreams of raising a family. But I also have this scholar whose dreams of making a great discovery and is a historian, although gets anxious when pondering the crystal lens. However, enjoys reading. Oh my god! So I need to find out what this book is. I saw a book and I need to figure out what it is. Where is this book? The Curse of Sweating. A new approach. The written portion consists of a 285-page chronicle entitled The Curse of Sweating. A new approach. Authored by Manor Romances. It concerns the curse of sweating. Overall, the information is not compiled very well. It has 3 chapters. The first chapter covers the devouring of a beak dog, the curse of sweating by the giant cougar Sunny Osim, scourge-plated in the mid-spring of 189. The second chapter covers the rise of the giant cougar Weblocks, the enemy of the Curse of Sweating, in 196. The third chapter covers the rise of the saltwater crocodile, Holy Played, as the enemy of the Curse of Sweating in 319. Yes, I've owned Star Sector since probably 2012. I'm just trying to schedule what's going on tonight. Family shit. All right. Sorry, the Curse of Sweating must be a place, but that's very funny. Just, at least to me, I find that very funny. So, I have a vampire in the fortress. This vampire is currently locked in here and just let out a roaring laughter, fell and terrible. We let him out, don't we? We definitely let him out. So who do you choose? That's the question. Who do you choose? I haven't had a fell mood in a while, so I'm quite excited. But whoever they choose, hopefully a lot of people witness it so we can just chuck them back in prison. We have to unchain him first, though. Any bets on what this fell mood makes, chat? This is one way to torture a soul to the point where, you know, fuck it, let's just do this the easy way. So this is a vampire that joined the fortress. We spotted almost immediately. They claim that they are 80 years old, but they have pure white hair. A trinket? Possibly. The question is, who are you going to go for? You stocky creature. Well, it's a tanner's shop. And he killed a child. Not only that, nobody saw it. A mug? Oh, God. I don't think you can make a mug because it's a tanner's shop. Dwarven child has been found dead. Well, we know who did it. It was definitely the dwarf that we know as Diggle. And we will interrogate him after this creation is complete. It would be an absolute shame to not let him complete his creation. We raid it again. The goblin's planning was superior. Oh no, Zulban was in charge. God damn it. But looks like we won. Oh yeah. Well, the murder as part of the strange mood counts as the crime, yes. So there is now a crime in here, which is the murder of Atir Historian, who is the child who made an artifact that I really liked. The reason I named them Historian was because it had a whole bunch of really interesting bits of history from the local world surrounding. It was a ring. I made that artifact earlier today. Had a whole bunch of art on it. So they know that the dwarf was found dead. So I'm going to interrogate this dwarf so they know for fact it was this dwarf who did it, and then we're going to put him back in prison. And that'll be a pretty easy out for the crime. Plus, we get this dark artifact out of it, which is always a win, right? It's actually kind of funny. Someone was asking me in comments recently, how do you cause a fell mood? And also if Long Death has ever had a fell mood. This is how you cause a fell mood. You lock somebody who can't eat or drink in prison for a couple of years. And drive anybody insane. I think this is the point where this fortress turns, chat. You know how I've been talking for a while about how this fortress is going to get dark? Legal. Dorek Gedom, the fish dissector, has created Shar Sid Ezar, a dwarf bone crown. Claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Ineth Playful Hall. What a name. It's worth 2,400 Zathal, an absolute pittance. The Blighted Soldier. This is a dwarf bone crown. All crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality. It menaces with spikes of dwarf bone. That's why I said this is where this fortress turns dark. All right, well, where can I put that? You know what? I need display furniture. Eh. Oh, he's gonna go after somebody? Nah. So what we're gonna do I can't wait until this UI gets some improvements. Oh. I don't even need to interrogate him. They know he did it. He's going to go report his own crime, I think. Wait, hold on a second. If you're reporting your own crime... Is admitting guilt? Well, that's surprising. $225 days in prison. Seems proud of his accomplishments. I feel like some migrants have arrived. Excellent. I mean, he's interrogating him first. Let's see what he has to say for himself. And now he's chaining him. Subject made intimidating remarks. The subject confessed to murder. No new information has been revealed. Gets elected as mayor. Dude, honestly, I wouldn't even be mad. I wouldn't even be mad. That would be the most dwarfy Dwarf Fortress thing I've seen in a while. Guys, guess what? I did the crime. You better have done the crime. Guess what? I did the crime. Oh, the irony. You don't even get to have the satisfaction of being legendary at a skill. Oh, the irony. Dreams of ruling the world. Would you look at that? And can handle stress. Guess you're joining the military. Monom. Dream of crafting masterwork someday? You can also join the military. Basically, any peasant who shows up with this group is going to join the military. Almost by default. Dreams of mastering a skill, dislikes helping others, joins the military. You can go hurt others. Optimist. Doesn't seek out excitement and likes art. Dreams of mastering a skill, utterly languid... She has an utterly languid pace. Easy living, calm and slow. Easily falls into love. Develops positive feelings. Confident under pressure, and likes practical things. You know what, Dwarf? You sound like a librarian. You any good at reading? You're an adequate poet. A vulgar being who does not care a lick for even the most basic rules of civilized living. I'll teach you some of those basic rules of civilized living, you cretin. Although, you know, we should put that crown made of child into the tavern for all to see. Still not there a month later. Yeah, no, I wouldn't want them to join the military because it'd take them years to leave the map every time. Cole, let's give him birth. We're not actually at the maximum possible either. Recent arrival, an engraver. Dreams of mastering a skill. Is sometimes cool. Can't handle stress. We're gonna have to let these new military dwarves train for a little bit though. Yeah, I think we will probably have enough mats to turn on the pumps by the end of next stream. Because I think I need one more raid. Based on the amount of iron I have, the amount of stuff that's been made, and the amount that I have melted down today, I think we need one more day. Because I have about 30 minutes until I have to call it, so that I have time to get over to my parents' house, and so I have to be home by 10. I have a meeting tonight at 10. So, busy day for me. Busy evening, apparently. All right, let's just let the military train for a bit. Killed a horse and kick roast the dwarf. I'm curious about my named dwarves. Where's Hammer? Please don't tell me you died. There you are, Hammer! It's one of my favorite dwarves. She's uneasy after being unable to acquire something. Well, 7 other kills and 5 notable. Getting there. How's Hatch doing? Man, 8 notable kills? Gotta look at that crown. Look for that crown description. Do you want to just screenshot it? I can just get it for you. Although it's not... This is the coolest crown. It's just a raw adamantine crown. But, there. Here, I can screenshot it and stick it up on the Discord if you want. The Blighted Soldier. There. It's been a while and it's funny. I mean, I don't get fan arts very often, so I always remember the ones that I do get. The most memorable fan arts for me, though, have been Cooler, because that's how Cooler tricked me into paying him for artwork. He just randomly gave me art until I started paying him for artwork. Which, frankly, is actually a really good way of getting a job. It's like my resub notification that I've had for forever. Cooler just made that. One day it was just like, here you go, resub animation. I'm like, all right. Thank you. But now we got some badass emotes. Oh yeah, definitely. So I need to test this. Fire at will. I want somebody to come fire this siege engine, because I want to know if it works. You want to know the best part about catapults, though? Is they don't friendly fire. So you can fire catapults through your own army, and they fine. They just fine. They don't care so much. You know what? I'm gonna make that Hydra available as a pet. Somebody go get that Hydra as a pet. I want someone to have that Hydra as their official pet. All right, are you prepared to fire? Fire at will. Yep. Anytime this year. Or just, you know, leave it. Fine. Don't actually fire. Or why are we firing at will? Because it's a quality pun. That's why. Also, Stone, I need a stockpile of you, so that we can load you into a catapult and fire at will. What's up, Xade? I mean, you missed the B raid when we got raided by a bunch of B emotes earlier. That was, oh honey, that was a terrifying bunch of buzzing that we had to deal with. So many buzzwords thrown across this stream in a matter of seconds. It was while we had to comb through them all to make sure that we'd hit all of the puns. I don't understand why you guys fucking tolerate me and my bullshit. So I used to watch a stream ages ago. It was a speedrunner, and there was a chunk of this one level done in the game that he speedran that was just full of bees, and there was honey. TLDR, it was one of the Donkey Kong Country levels. The one full of bees. And he had a lot of viewers usually when he would stream. So he'd have like a couple thousand people watching, and the chat would just flood with bee puns. And he'd always get tips of bee puns. Just like back to back, just nonstop for like solid 10 minutes. It was great. It was beautiful. It's one of my favorite Twitch communities that no longer exists. It was just rapid fire bee puns, like unstoppable for a couple of minutes. Because we were all abuzz with the exciting bee content. Don't forget to comb your hair, honey, because we're gonna be here a while. They really are, Soap. They really are. It's just like when, like, something funny happens in a video game and then everybody makes the same joke at the exact same time. It's like, it's a bad joke, but we all get it, so we don't mind, kind of deal. Kind of made a mistake and didn't make a stockpile of stone right next to the catapults before I fired them, so they're getting the stone, the rocks from who knows where. Speaking of honey, I donated $20 to charity the other day and got a bottle of raw honey for it. There's a mental health shelter close to here that takes in people on the street specifically with severe depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, and other diagnosed mental health disorders. And they were raising money, and they received a very large donation of raw honey from one of the local honey places around here, because we have a few bee farms. So I have 2 jars of raw honey right now. Which I got for quite a good deal, actually. It was like $10 a jar. Those are like $30 jars, because they're big jars. Fire! I just want to see this work. Come on, Dwarf. Please don't get thirsty and go do something else. I swear to God, I will be sad. You got thirsty and did something else. I am very sad. Oh, there's somebody who's coming to fire a catapult. That's what I like to see. It sticks to you whether you like it or not. It's better than peanut butter. Okay, let's see how far these go. Nyum. Nyum. Well, this'll work. This will work. So what I can do now is I can make a raising bridge that raises right here. And obviously, I'm going to make it out of adamantine wafers because we're gaudy as fuck. And then I should probably make or deconstruct these and make them into something else. But anyway, the idea is I will fire boulders at that and knock things off. So the first priority is trap some there. Is trap some things in that spot, and then we can just fire catapult balls at them. You're sad you missed unlocking that emote? Yeah, when the limited time emotes come around, you gotta unlock them quick. I really wish that they would, like, make the previous years unlockable every year, but I don't actually think Twitch did anything for Pride this year, did they? I don't think they did. Let's make more catapults. If they did something, I don't even remember what it was this year. Although, on the bright side, at the very least, Twitch has just been functioning recently. Like, you know, how many people missed getting Clippy? I can't even remember what... Oh, there it is. It's Clappy, not Clippy. Clappy hype. So that was an emote that you had to get. You got by a set of emotes that you got by making clips. Like the first couple of days, clips existed for. What the fuck is that? It's a lights, camera, action thingy. It's one of those. It's Clappy. Yeah, it is Clappy. It's the little guy that gets happy whenever you make clips. You know what it is? Okay. Well, then why did you ask? Oh. Forgotten Beast Cathabe has come. An enormous quadruped composed of cinnabar. It has a square shell and a bloated body. Beware its vapors. It's also very low down, and I don't think it has access to my fort. Yeah, it's on the bottommost cavern layer. Fortunately, not something we need to worry about. Start your day with the poetry. Is that what it say? With the poetry? The written portion consists on a 27-page manual and a title, Start Your Day with the Poetry. Authored by Salon. Glowed Vessels. It concerns the learning of the satin as a poetic form. The writing is quite self-indulgent. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. Okay. Sure. The poetry. Start your day with the song. Start your day with the music. Start your day with the television. Start your day with the coffee. I feel like that's just a write poems like I do kind of book. It's like one of those motivational speaker books where you're just like, you just gotta be motivated and do it, man. Because, you know, chat, in order to be the best, most motivated person, you just got to be motivated and do it, right? Seeing what kind of bars we have. 2 iron. Some gold. Oh, I got plenty of silver. Do something with that silver. Make 20 more hammers. 20 more hammers! You know, I'm just going to turn these around and set these to fire at will, facing right, so that the rocks don't go as far. And so that they can just sit there and just practice. Just because that feels like the intelligent thing to do with this is just sit there and practice. I'm going to have some dwarves that are just kind of perpetually firing catapults. Hopefully. got a lot of books in the fort now. It's nice. Also, good news for those of you who care, OnlyFins is online. Or as I say, excellent news. Excellent news. These dwarves are just like loading these boulders and chucking it that way, and they don't seem to actually be doing what I wanted them to do, so. Because the better they get at siege, operating siege engines, the straighter it goes. The worse they are at it, the more curved they are. So, you know, we got to get good. But those just, holy shit, it took out a tree. Did you know that fucking catapults could kill trees? Because that just blew up a tree. The more you know. A catapult can kill a tree. It's incredible, considering trees are immune to fire. The leaves aren't, but the tree bit is. Don't look, elves. It's okay, there's no elves in range. I might actually invade the elves for fun at some point in this fort. But, like, you know. Make a treapult and fire trees at the with a catapult. Petitions are available. Ooh, the Dusk Company of Lobsters now requires a grand guild hall. No, so their guild hall ain't nice enough, is what you're saying. Well, that ain't nice. Which one is the Company of Lobsters? The Whiskered Waves. We shall put more engravings on the floors. Let's see how that does. The leaves are very flammable. So the trunks just become burned husks, but it doesn't actually destroy the husk. So all of the leaves burn off, Squug. The branches burn off, and the tree becomes burnt. So you still have a stump. They don't burn down to absolutely nothing. They don't go down to ash, basically. Just a whole bunch of drawings of dwarves. This might actually be enough value. Although the underground mushrooms, some of them are not flammable at all. Some of them are like perpetually cold. They generate cold temperatures. Let's make a single adamantine statue. I think I have enough wafers to do that. I do. I like the concept of being flammable is kind of a big thing for trees. Here goes another one. Nyum, nyum. They don't friendly fire my dwarves, so it's fine, but it's kind of hilarious just watching it thread the needle. Oh, there's another one. Oh, okay, just fell down. The dwarves are all running out to go get him, which is kind of awesome. What are you grabbing? Are you grabbing a log, or are you... Nope, you grabbed a rock. Okay, firing the cinnabar out of this looks kind of awesome. How do you like your job? It's better to work alone when possible. I think cooperation breeds weakness. Wow. Look at you, calm down there, libertarian. Fire? Fire! Nope. Fire! 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 Oh, come on. You're no fun. You're just sitting there loading them all before you fire them. I think I need more dwarves on the catapults. Like you. Welcome to your new job of firing catapults. I think the dwarves should get more enjoyment from just firing catapults, you know? Sort of like how people get enjoyment from... I have a sacred emerald in the fortress. Must be some sort of religious thing. It's actually one of my favorite things when dwarves start getting titles. Dwarves getting titles is way fun. There's another one. It looks like they're just dodging them by like a speck. Oh, there goes another tree. Oh, that one didn't go far enough to hit a tree. You gonna fire another one? Or are you just loading it? I think you're just loading. Sorry, I'm very entertained by this. Can you tell, chat? This is just way too amusing. Until your caravan is interrupted by another siege. I'm sure you can survive without your caravan. You'll be fine. Donk. Well, that's not good. The Were-panda, by Rod Pumgookie, has come, a large panda twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow orange. Its charcoal hair is long and shaggy. You already know why you fear the night, and it is obviously because it's dark and spooky, not because of the Were-panda. Definitely not. All right, well, it's kind of close to the front door. I don't like this. Let's just lock everybody inside and see what happens. Hopefully there's less casualties than there need to be. Oh, no. Well, someone... The furnace operator... got grabbed. Then got bit. Okay, so where did you land, furnace operator? Irvad. Bit. Okay, sorry, but you're dead. Were-panda equal best panda? Where? Oh, yay, you finished the job. How handy. Oh no, who's that? It's one of my engravers. Man, look at this. It's kind of a badass little fight. Knocking him off the edge. Not too much I can do about this, unfortunately. Oh, hey, my bridge is done. How handy. Let's see if I can get my dwarves to kill this thing in time. Kind of a lot of were-pandas in this region. There's probably more were-pandas in this world than actual pandas. That's the amusingness of it. Oh, cool. It's waiting over here so that we can kill it. Get him! We've avenged the stupids. Hammer Dwarf bashes the goblin in the head with a warhammer, bruising the muscle, jamming the skull through the brain, and tearing the brain. Oh, also, for those of you who like drawing fan art and things, I have a pseudo challenge. This is a screenshot from this fortress from the other day. Draw this. The militia captain bites the human pikeman in the left eye, tearing the left eyelid's skin through the large brown recruit's spider silk robe. The militia captain latches on firmly. The human pikeman misses the captain. The militia captain shakes the human pikeman around by the left eye, and the left eye collapses. A tendon in the skull has been torn. The militia captain shakes the human around by the left eye, tearing apart the left eye. The tendon in the skull has been torn. A militia captain shakes the human pikeman around by the left eye, tearing apart the left eye. A tendon in the skull has been torn. The human pikeman struggles in vain against the grip of the militia captain's upper front teeth on the human pikeman's left eye. So, that's my challenge for you. If someone could make that happen. Also, yes. Goodbye, Gubbin. You'd rather not. That's what I said. For those of you who like drawing fan art, that's your pseudo challenge. Just because I want to see that drawn. If I'm gonna be honest. Neighbor dog go bork. I would just like to see that drawn. But chat, after that tragedy, many tragedies of today, in fact, we have found those two dead. It's been a rough time in this fortress. A child made an artifact and then shortly later was brutally murdered and made into an artifact. We have a vampire that has murdered several, including making a child into an artifact. We've had several dwarves lost. We've had dwarves imprisoned. We've had successful and unsuccessful raids. It's been an interesting day. But I have to go meet up with my dad and do some work for my parents, and then my dad's taking me out for dinner. So I'm going to call it here. I kind of wanted to stream for another hour today, but it is what it is. It's for the best. So, all that being said, thanks for spending time here and watching the stream. For those of you who watch the stream quite a bit, my next major project for YouTube is an interview with the developer of Rift Wizard. I've contacted him and we set a recording date and all that's happening, so that's hopefully going to be done by the end of the month. We'll see. That's kind of my in-brain goal is by the end of the month. So hoping for that, fingers crossed. If you would like to support the shenanigans I do, the interviews and everything else, I have a Patreon where you can support me directly. And you get that stuff early, too. Also, once November rolls around, I'm going to pester Tarn Adams to have him on again. So, hopefully sometime before December. And just thank you very much to everybody who tuned in today. You know, today was kind of quiet. Just big shout-outs to Bellinair for the raid. Kind of helped towards the end there. But, you know, times have been tough on Twitch since auto-hosting changed, and I think you guys all know that because I've talked about it many times. But it is time to send you guys somewhere to have a stream that you can watch. And at a quick glance, there isn't a ton of, you know, channels on that I want to host. So I'm going to host my friend's Fish Tank, which you can watch if you like, don't if you don't like. But there's a link to the Fish Tank. You guys have a good day. Thank you much for watching. And I'll see you guys on Tuesday. Tomorrow's my day off, so there won't be a stream tomorrow. But there will be a stream the day after tomorrow. I'll see you guys Tuesday. Take care. Say something nice to somebody, and don't forget to floss. Your dentist will thank you. Have a good night.